The Worm in the Font and Other Stories by Elowen Greaves. Read by Elspeth Sauer. Preface to the 1919 edition by Lionel Marchant, M.A., Oxford, lecturer in Sub-Roman Symbolism, St Jude's College, Cambridge. The present edition of the volume entitled The Worm in the Font and Other Stories is the first public reprinting of Dr. Elowen Greaves's curious collection since its obscure and limited publication in 1893. Only 213 copies were printed by Delbridge and Sons of Tavistock Row, and of those, fewer than 50 are known to survive, most of them inscribed in Dr. Greaves's own hand and deposited quietly into the personal libraries of scholars she deemed sympathetic. To some readers, the reissue of this volume may appear indulgent. Dr. Greaves's fiction never attained literary notoriety, and her name appears but sparingly in standard bibliographies of supernatural literature. Yet, it is my contention, as both an admirer of her academic work and a student of what might be called ecclesiastical dissonance, that The Worm in the Font deserves not only preservation, but careful attention. Greaves's reputation in scholarly circles was, during her lifetime, anchored in her painstaking surveys of post-conversion ritual architecture and her treatise on pre-Nicene symbolic drift in coastal parishes. That she also wrote fiction, quiet, eerie, and deeply informed by her research, was not so much a secret as a silence. Her stories are not collected legends. They are original compositions, though each emerges unmistakably from a bedrock of regional knowledge and a scholar's ear for texture and cadence. She walked the fields, leafed through the registers, and stood in the half-ruined chancels where her fictional voices speak. These are not romances dressed in antique garb. They are lived fictions, composed by one whose entire method of perception was steeped in the sediment of English religious memory. I do not suggest that her stories are real in the coarse sense, but I believe they reflect a truth, that the sacred landscape of England still groans with things older than canon and more patient than saints. If nothing else, this volume offers a glimpse into how a deeply rational mind may begin to notice the edges of that which does not wish to be seen. Let it be read slowly. Lionel Marchant, St Jude's College, Cambridge, October 1919. Author's Introduction by Dr. Elowen Greaves, FRHS, 1893. I am not, by inclination, a writer of fiction. My training is philological, my habit methodical, and the better portion of my working years has been spent in the company of ledgers, vellum, bone, and stone. My tools are ink, cord, wax rubbings, and a certain slowness of breath that comes from learning not to speak when the past is trying to whisper. And yet these stories came. I wrote them over the span of 12 years, never with a plan, never as a project. They emerged, sometimes whole, sometimes in fragments, during stays in damp inns, while pacing the aisles of ruined chancels, or after nights of half-sleep in rooms that should not have been as cold as they were. They are not tales of hauntings, precisely, nor are they moral fables. Some contain little action, others no firm resolution. But each was written because I felt something required it, a pressure behind the walls of rational description. Certain readers will ask what is true. I will tell you plainly. The stories are inventions, but the places are not. The tone of silence described in The Man Who Measured Silence is one I encountered at Liddington Convent in 1882. The font in the title story resides still in Swithering St Ealdwines, where I noticed a pattern of scratched runes below the waterline. Black Ewe, White Lamb is based on a funerary hymn carved, not printed, into the pages of a parish psalter at Ashcombe, each letter exact, each stroke hollowed slightly deeper than the rest of the page. What I did was take what I saw and write what it might mean if the world allowed meaning to go too far. These are not ghost stories. They are records of interruption, of what happens when the systems we trust to keep history tidy fail to contain what they're meant to guard against. I do not ask for belief, only attention. If you find yourself cold while reading, close the book and return to it later. If you hear your name in the space between paragraphs, do not answer. And if, after reading, you dream of water, do not speak of it aloud for 3 days. That, at least, is what I have learned. Elowen Greaves Lewis, summer 1893. The worm in the font. It is often in the lesser churches of England, those damp, plain, long unvisited sanctuaries, that one encounters the quiet relics of an older faith. These are not the grand cathedrals, whose histories have been polished into polite narratives and recited for tourists. No, it is in the half-forgotten rural parishes that the past lingers most stubbornly. Such a place is Swithering St. Ealdwines, standing with a kind of exhausted dignity upon the shallow rise at the village's northern edge. I did not seek out the parish of Swithering. Rather, it presented itself to me through the indirect channels by which peculiarities often find their way to antiquarian hands. In September of 1880, I received a brief but curious letter from Mr. Edward Goring, an assistant archivist attached to the diocesan offices at Canterbury, with whom I had corresponded on matters of font typology. Enclosed was a copied excerpt from the vestry book of Swithering St. Ealdwines, written in the hand of the Reverend J. Latchmore in the spring of 1839. April 7th, baptism of infant Thomas W. Water drawn afresh, font drained and scrubbed thereafter by Mrs. Pell at my request. Child would not cease crying. Attending mother pale and without reason for it. Note, residue in basin, dark, unpleasant odour. Mr. Goring offered no speculation of his own, but remarked that several similar annotations from the same year existed in the same volume, and that I might find something of interest respecting the curious spiral carving of the Swithering font, of which a rubbing could not yet be secured due to recent weather. I had not previously visited Swithering, and the note, brief as it was, stirred my professional instincts. Fonts are among the most enduring and least modified of church fittings. Anomalies surrounding them, especially persistent ones, are rarely without interest. And so, in November of that year, I made my way into Kent to examine the matter directly. The train deposited me at Sibylhurst, where I hired a pony cart to carry me the remaining 7 miles to Swithering. The landscape was damp and low, the roads flanked with sodden fields and narrow hedgerows, stripped nearly bare. The air smelled of rotted leaves and distant peat smoke. I arrived as the daylight was failing. St. Ealdwines revealed itself as a modest structure of weathered stone, its nave squat and disproportionately long, with a bell-cote that leaned slightly to the west. The churchyard was sparsely populated. Only a few standing stones resisted the creeping moss and brambles. The caretaker, Mr. Finchett, met me at the lich gate. A man of advancing years and few words, he produced the heavy iron key from his coat pocket without ceremony. "You'll find it much as it's always been, miss," he said. "Don't get many visitors, not since the rail bypassed us." I thanked him and stepped inside. The air was cool and dry, carrying that faint mineral tang particular to old stone. Narrow lancet windows admitted little of the grey light, and my lantern cast long, nervous shadows along the pitted flagstones. The church bore no great ornamentation. The rude screen was plain oak, the altar unadorned. But the font was precisely as described. It stood somewhat apart from the nave's main axis, as though placed with careful reluctance. Hewn from a single block of pale limestone, its surface was weathered smooth, but for the single unbroken spiral that circled its outer face. The carving was crude, but deliberate, descending in steady coils toward the base, where it terminated just above a small drainage aperture. I circled it slowly, running my gloved hand along the groove. The spiral drew the eye downward, irresistibly, like water down a plug hole. As I made my way to the vestry to examine the parish registers, I found that time and the damp had not been kind to the old cupboard where the ledgers were kept. The drawers stuck fast in their runners, and the smell of mildew clung to the leather bindings. It was while prying open one warped drawer that I noticed a bundle wrapped in oilcloth, tucked behind the ledgers, where it had evidently fallen or been concealed. Carefully unwrapping it, I discovered 6 loose pages, their edges stained and their ink faded to brown. The handwriting was small, sharp, and clearly feminine, a most uncommon presence in parish records. They bore no formal heading, but the text made plain they were written by a certain Mrs. Pell, identified elsewhere as housekeeper and keeper of keys to Reverend Latchmore. The entries were increasingly unsettled in tone. April 12th. Have tried to speak to the vicar, but he will not hear it. Says I fancy things. The child would not stop crying after baptism, nor the others. This week again residue in basin, slimy in the bowl like spit, or worse. Saw it wriggle, I swear it. April 20th. Would not touch it bare-handed. Took the brush, but it clung to the stone. He told me to pour gin in the basin, but I think it only angered it. May 3rd. Font drained twice, but the smell returns. I have seen it coil beneath the surface like a pale ribbon. The final entry, scrawled in an unsteady hand, read only, "It has teeth." I shook my head and abandoned the review of these ill-kept archives. Wishing to secure a precise study before the failing light grew too dim, I retrieved my rubbing papers and carefully laid them across the inner basin. The spiral's depth made the process awkward, but I managed to fix the sheet securely with brass clips, working methodically from the outer rim inward. The stone's surface, damp though it remained, took the charcoal cleanly, revealing the full design in stark relief. As I worked closer toward the centre, I found that my fingers, even through the gloves, could feel the faint depression I had noted earlier, smaller than a coin, but unmistakably worn by some persistent contact. There were grooves near the hollow which bore minute indentations, as though something had pressed irregularly into the soft limestone again and again. I secured the rubbing, rolled it tightly, and placed it into my case before the failing light made further study impractical. Only then did I allow myself to lean closer and inhale the sharp metallic odour rising faintly from the damp surface. It was then that I noticed, quite distinctly, an odour rising from the basin. It was not the expected must of damp stone, nor the earthy aroma of mildew. It was sharper, metallic, almost briny, with a faint sourness beneath it, something far older than neglect. I peered into the basin, lowering the lantern carefully to cast its glow upon the interior. The bottom of the font was not dry. A thin film of moisture clung to the stone. Not water exactly, but something thicker, faintly viscous, as though the surface tension had not fully broken. In the lamplight, it glistened faintly, catching hints of green and amber, like oil upon the surface of a stagnant pond. And there, at the very centre, precisely where the spiral's imagined descent would have ended, was a slight depression. It was not part of the original carving. Of that I was certain. Rather, it resembled the start of a hollow worn or pressed into the stone by some long-forgotten means. I felt, quite suddenly, the peculiar tightening of the chest that one experiences in the presence of some physical anomaly which the mind struggles to categorize. A hole where no hole ought to be is, after all, one of the simplest and most effective ways to unsettle the human reason. The stone around the depression bore minute scratches, radiating outward like the lines left by the hesitant scratching of some small creature, or of fingers. I withdrew from the font, drawing a breath through my mouth to escape the sharp tang rising from its depths. My mind was already turning toward the practical, to take a more detailed impression of the spiral, to measure the hollow, to consult the diocesan records for any mention of alterations or peculiarities associated with the font. But as I reached into my satchel for my rubbing papers, I noticed something curious. The lantern's reflection, cast upon the polished wetness of the basin's film, was not quite stable. The light seemed to tremble, not as a ripple upon water, but rather as though the stone itself shivered imperceptibly beneath the surface. It was at this moment that I became aware of the silence pressing in around me. The church, though small, should have offered the faint groan of timber or the occasional settling of masonry in the night air. Yet all was entirely still. The sensation that followed is one I will not easily describe. I felt, no, I knew, that something below my feet was aware of my presence, not as one is watched by a man peering from the gallery, nor as a fox studies its hunter from the underbrush, but in the manner of something vast and old, tasting faintly the disturbances upon the surface of its world. I stepped back from the font and closed the lid gently, feeling the faintest stick of suction as the wood settled back onto the stone. The spiral, hidden once more, seemed no less present for being concealed. The return to the village inn was, if not hurried, then certainly deliberate. The chill of the evening had deepened, and a thin mist clung to the hedgerows like soiled muslin. My driver had long since retired, and so I walked the lane alone beneath the dim gleam of a waning moon. At the inn, the Swan and Plover, a modest establishment, I found the fire burned low but steady, and the public room vacant. The landlord's daughter, a plain and silent girl of perhaps 17 years, left a plate of bread and cheese at my door, without knocking. I ate nothing. Instead, I spread my materials upon the narrow writing desk by the window and began my notes as I looked at archives I had borrowed for the evening and my rubbing. The local records provided little that was forthright. The parish register itself had clearly suffered excision. 2 pages, judging by the stitching, were missing entirely from the years 1840 to 1842. The vestry notes, however, offered fragments. Aside from the entries by Reverend Latchmore and Mrs. Pell's private notes, I found brief mentions scattered across later decades. References to families requesting baptisms be performed off-site. A clerk's remark in 1857 that infants of weak constitution fared poorly after christening, and one faint notation in a different hand entirely. No further burials adjoining the north wall permitted. Instruction from diocesan office. Later, when I would inquire discreetly among the villagers, I found that memories of the matter had grown vague, but not altogether absent. An elderly woman at the Swan and Plover recalled, in hushed tones, that in her mother's time, some lost their babes soon after the sprinkling. She crossed herself involuntarily while speaking. The curate, when I pressed gently on the matter, dismissed such concerns as superstitious relics of a regrettably unlettered generation. Yet he showed no eagerness to accompany me during my inspections. That evening, alone at my desk, I returned to my examination of the rubbing. The rubbing of the spiral was precise, though the charcoal had caught upon those faint radial scratches. I traced their arrangement carefully. 8 lines radiating outward from the central hollow, irregular but unmistakably deliberate. The longer I studied the impression, the more uneasy I became. The spiral, viewed in the flat abstraction of paper, took on an unsettling quality. It seemed no longer a decorative motif, but something suggestive of movement, a path not for the eye to follow, but for something else to travel. I set my pen down and stood, drawing the curtains slightly. The mist had thickened in the churchyard beyond. Even at this hour, I fancied I could make out the faint grey outline of St. Ealdwine's roofline against the dark. And as I looked, a curious certainty settled upon me, one I could neither explain nor easily dismiss. The font was not empty. The phrase impressed itself upon my mind as firmly as if spoken aloud. I tried to shake the thought. My years in fieldwork had shown me the power of suggestion, of the mind's habit of arranging patterns where none exist. Yet the sensation clung to me with quiet insistence. To distract myself, I drew forth my copy of the Ecclesiastical Gazetteer for Kent and searched again for Swithering. There was but one entry. Swithering St. Ealdwine's, nave rebuilt 1627, font of uncertain date, possibly Saxon, spiral carving unique in county, parish dissolved 1874, currently under stewardship of diocesan caretaker. There was nothing more, but as I closed the volume, a loose slip of paper that had attached to it, clearly a parish record I had inadvertently taken in my bag when I had packed so hurriedly at the church earlier that evening, fell upon the floor. It was a half-torn letter, addressed to no one, and unsigned. The writing was hurried, cramped, and faded with time. They will not speak of the children, but the font remembers. I have seen it once, only once, and never again will I look within. It is not water that sleeps there. It is not stone beneath the stone. God preserve us if it should stir. I stared at the slip for a long while, the silence of the room pressing against me like wool soaked in cold water. The candle flickered sharply once, though the window was closed, and somewhere in the distant churchyard, I fancied I heard the slow grind of stone against stone. The next day, I spent in my attempts to interview the locals and speak to the curate who was in the village for the day, and it consumed the entirety of my day. I did not make it back to the church that day, and retired early, finding myself blessed with a much better night's sleep than the one I had the day of my arrival. The following morning, I returned to the churchyard before sunrise. The air hung heavy with mist, curling around the gravestones like pale serpents, and the grass beneath my boots was slick with cold dew. My lantern's glow barely pierced the gloom ahead, the beam seeming to narrow as if reluctant to venture further. As I reached the lich gate, I caught sight of movement within the church itself, or rather, the absence of it. The heavy oak door stood slightly ajar, rocking gently on its swollen hinges. No light burned within. Mr. Finchett was nowhere to be seen. I paused only briefly before pushing the door wide. It gave a reluctant groan, and the darkness within seemed almost to inhale as I crossed the threshold. My footsteps echoed more sharply than they ought to have. The nave was still and bitterly cold. I swept the lantern's beam across the stone floor, half expecting to find evidence of intrusion, a broken latch, scattered papers, some mundane explanation, but nothing lay disturbed. And yet the air carried that same faint tang as before, metallic, briny, and subtly sour, like water drawn from a well too long abandoned. I approached the font. The lid was open. The heavy wooden cover, which had required both hands to lift the previous day, now rested neatly propped against the side of the basin. The stone within glistened wetly, though the night had been dry. A thin sheen of moisture ran in narrow rivulets along the spiral groove, as if something had risen within and drawn itself back down, leaving its residue behind. I hesitated, my pulse quickening against my better judgment. Then, slowly, I raised the lantern higher and leaned over the basin's edge to examine the hollow once more. It had changed. The central depression was deeper, more pronounced, its sides worn smoother as though by repeated contact with something soft and yielding, or something that moved. And for the first time, I heard it clearly. A faint, rhythmic sighing. It was not the wind. The windows remained sealed, the air unnervingly still. This was a sound that seemed to rise not from the nave, but from beneath the stone itself. A slow, wet inhalation, as though the font were breathing. I felt my stomach tighten with an instinct older than reason. I stepped back sharply, the lantern trembling in my grasp. A single drop of liquid slipped from the basin's lip and struck the flagstone at my feet. It hissed. A tiny plume of vapour rose from the stone where it landed, and the sharp, acrid scent of brine filled my nostrils. I turned away at once, the sickening certainty now rooted fully in my mind. There was something living beneath the font, and it was no creature of this world's ordinary making. I stumbled back into the nave, pulse hammering, my lantern swinging wild arcs across the darkened chancel. The familiar contours of the little church, the bare altar, the worm-eaten pews, the low arch leading to the vestry. All seemed subtly distorted, as though I looked upon them through rippled glass. There was a pressure in the air now, as though the very stones of the church strained outward, containing something restless beneath them. And as my breathing steadied, a new horror announced itself. The font was not silent. From within the basin, beneath the lid now leaning at its side, came a slow, deliberate scraping, like the distant drag of scales across rough stone, each pass rhythmically paced, unhurried, steady. I did not wait to hear it continue. Fumbling with my satchel, I hastily gathered my things. My instinct, honed by long years of studying the odd corners of antiquarian record, was clear. I had seen enough. Whatever ancient wrong nested beneath swithering St. Eldwines would not yield to my understanding. My duty was not to solve it, but to leave it undisturbed. As I turned to depart, my lantern's glow passed once more over the font. And there, upon the rim, something clung. A thin thread, translucent, wet, like the mucus trail of a slug, slowly retracting downward into the unseen hollow. It glistened faintly as it withdrew. The spiral, which I had once believed an innocent ornament, no longer appeared decorative to me. It was a mouth, drawn in stone, a feeding passage, a channel by which that thing below communicated with the upper air. I did not replace the lid. I could not bring myself to touch it again. Instead, I fled into the grey morning, leaving the door swinging open behind me. The mist outside had thickened, rolling in low bands across the graveyard, swallowing headstones one by one. As I crossed the threshold, I became acutely aware, though I dared not turn my head, that I was being watched. Not from the windows, not from the door. From beneath, from the earth. I reached the road with my breath tight in my chest, and the damp creeping up the hem of my coat. The village lay silent. No carts moved, no shutters opened, no footfalls disturbed the hour. Only the faintest toll of a distant bell, one, I believe, that no longer belonged to any working church, echoed through the mist. Back at the Swan and Plover, I found my host awake, poking feebly at the fire in the common room. He looked up at my sudden entrance, his face pale beneath his whiskers. "You've been out early, miss," he ventured, his voice thin. I nodded. Words felt strangely distant from me, as though they belonged to another business altogether. I ascended the narrow stairs without explanation and bolted my door behind me. At the desk, I spread out my notes again, though my hands trembled now and my thoughts came fractured, unbidden. The spiral rubbing stared up at me with new menace. It no longer appeared as a design, but as a track. A passage into depth, coiled not for ornament, but for containment. I retrieved the torn letter fragment once more, now fully legible under the strong morning light. The font remembers. It is not water that sleeps there. God preserve us, if it should stir. I realised then, with a kind of dreadful clarity, that these words had not been written in warning for any priest or parishioner. They were not meant for the church at all. They were meant for whoever might come later. For me. And yet the thing beneath had already stirred. It was not dormant, not fully. I sat for long minutes, staring at the letter, my mind drawn back through fragmentary recollections. The multiple notes in the vestry, about infants who screamed at baptism. The missing pages from the parish register. The odour of brine and iron. The movement beneath the stone. And I recalled, too, the curious phrasing in Mr. Finchett's reluctant account days earlier. Pell said odd things to the grocer, lost her pension, ran off to the coast. The coast, salt water. I felt cold to the marrow. It was not merely beneath this church, then. It had always been near water, drawn to it, perhaps, or born from it. Something that fed upon the rites performed above it, fed upon the sanctity poured unthinking into its basin. The font was not a vessel of protection. It was a mouth, a cunning trap laid at the entry point of faith itself. As the afternoon waned, a thin drizzle began to fall, turning the village lanes into dark ribbons of shining mud. I remained at my writing desk, unwilling to return to the church, unwilling even to approach the window. The very thought of standing once more within St. Ealdwine's nave filled me with a quiet, stubborn dread that I could not shake. Instead, I allowed my mind to work upon the problem by other means. I retrieved the old county visitation records from my satchel, leafing through their brittle pages for any mention of disturbances at Swithering. Buried amidst routine accounts of dilapidated thatch and absent rectors, I found this brief note from 1721. Font requires further examination. Irregular seepage persists despite repair of drainage stone. Parishioners uneasy. Unbaptised infants taken instead to Ferncombe. It was not much, but it was enough. The problem, it seemed, was not new. Again and again, across generations, the people of Swithering had quietly stepped around their church's deeper trouble, unwilling or unable to name it. The font remained, as it always had, and rites were resumed when the worst of its disturbances subsided. The creature, or force, beneath endured, undisturbed but not dormant. I leaned back in my chair, exhaustion pressing against my temples, when a soft knock sounded at my door. I started violently. For a moment, I felt certain that no earthly hand could have produced it. But it was only Mr. Finchett. "Beg pardon, miss," he said, eyes low. "Thought I ought to tell you. A boy, Peter, the one who helps me with what caretaking there is around the church, took ill in a sudden fever the day before last. He passed not an hour ago. Never woke again." I swallowed. Did he speak? Finchett hesitated, his weathered face twisting in discomfort. Once, near the end, said, "It wanted singing." I stared at him. Singing? He nodded grimly, said it had been waiting for its name. The old man shifted uneasily and stepped back from my doorway as though ashamed. "They'll bury him in the North Field, miss," quietly. Then he was gone, and with his absence, a new terror unfolded in my mind. If the thing beneath the font sought baptismal rites, not for the children, but for itself, then each drop of holy water, each whispered name, each invocation given there had not sanctified the child. It had fed something, nourished it, strengthened it. And now, perhaps, it had grown bold enough to ask for more. I have never returned to Swithering. The notes, the rubbings, and what few fragments remain lie sealed in my private archive, untouched these several years. Yet even now, as I arrange these recollections, I find my gaze drawn often and unwillingly to the impression I took, the spiral fixed upon the page, as if it yet turns beneath the charcoal lines. The rites performed there summoned God, yes, but perhaps not the one whose name was spoken. Each invocation drew down into that hollow a presence that neither fled nor faded, and for whom each baptism offered a quiet nourishment beneath the stone. The font endures, the hollow endures, and beneath it, I believe, the listening has not ceased.
The Man Who Measured Silence, by Elowen Greaves, read by Wilbur Friesman Durst. It was in the spring of 1882 that I received a letter, unsigned, and bearing no return address, containing a single sheet of paper folded once, with what appeared to be a rubbing of a brass plaque, and a note in a cramped, upright hand. "You may care to inquire at the former priory of Our Lady of Loudham. Though the monks are long gone, their silence is not. L." The rubbing itself was of modest quality, but clearly bore a line of Latin that piqued my interest. "Ubi sonus perit, ibi vocem aliam inveni," where sound perishes, there I found another voice. It was not a phrase I recognized from any martyrology or breviary. The style was plainly ecclesiastical, but the construction felt intentionally wrong, as if mistranslated or altered to evade scrutiny. Loudham was not far, a day's journey by rail and hired trap from my lodging in Bury St. Edmunds. I knew of it only vaguely. A former Benedictine house surrendered in the dissolution, used variously since then as a barn, a poorhouse, and, briefly, during the reign of Queen Anne, as a place of quarantine for those suspected of plague exposure. The structure had never quite collapsed, though it had long since lost its roof, and the surrounding hamlet, such as it had ever been, was reduced by the time of my visit to 2 cottages, a sheepfold, and a blacksmith's lean-to with a thatched top and 3 walls. It was not the sort of place to be remarked upon by anyone, but something in the letter, its quiet confidence perhaps, compelled me to investigate. I arrived in Loudham on the 18th of May. The air was sharp, clear, and dry, and the trees along the track were just beginning to show their full leaf. I was met at the edge of the property by a man of about 40, who identified himself, after some hesitation, as Mr. Fenwick, caretaker of the site, in name, if not inconsequence. "I live on the edge of it, sir," he said, removing his cap, "and I don't let the young ones get in when they get the notion." "Do they often?" I asked. "They used to," he replied, "but not so much these days." I asked if that was owing to age or disinterest. He looked at the priory's remains, which stood 100 yards off in the waist-high grass. "No, sir," he said quietly. "I think they learned not to." The ruins of the priory stood as a long, low shell, the stone dark with age and spotted in patches with orange lichen. There were 3 arched windows still partially intact on the south wall, and the eastern apse had collapsed inward, burying much of what would have been the altar under a mound of tumbled masonry and creeping blackberry bramble. There was no gate, no sign, and no remaining indicator of consecration, yet I felt, as I passed through the open arch where the narthex must once have been, a faint shift in the air, as though I had crossed some threshold, not entirely architectural. Mr. Fenwick had said nothing as we approached, and continued to say nothing as I paused just within the shell of the nave. The silence was immediate and unusually full, no bird-song, no wind through the grass, not even the sound of my own boots against the stone floor, which was largely intact beneath the debris. "Do you hear that?" I asked him. He tilted his head. "What's that, sir?" Or rather, "Do you hear nothing?" He nodded once, not looking at me. "Aye, that's why the boys don't come back." "Because it's quiet?" "Because it's wrong quiet." He excused himself after that, saying he would wait by the track, and that I ought not to stay long. I gave him my thanks and a few coins for his trouble, and he departed without further conversation. Left alone, I began a slow examination of the interior. The chancel was inaccessible due to the collapse, but the transept and a portion of what may have been the chapter house remained intact. I took several rubbings from wall carvings, mostly decorative vinework and the remains of 3 small reliefs of saints, too eroded to name. It was in the north transept, just beneath a narrow lancet window, that I found the plaque. It was brass, roughly 7 inches across and mounted low, barely 3 feet off the ground, and it bore the same Latin phrase as the rubbing I'd received: "Ubi sonus perit, ibi vocem aliam inveni." But what struck me most was not the phrase itself, nor the mounting, which was of old style, but the fact that the plaque gave off no echo whatsoever. I tapped it lightly with the end of my cane. The contact was real, I felt it in the wrist, but there was no sound, not dulled, not muffled, none, and around me the priory remained deathly silent. It was then that I first noticed the dust. Not the absence of it, on the contrary, there was a great deal, but rather its peculiar pattern. Everywhere I had walked, along the nave, into the transept, even toward the remnants of the cloister, I had left, as one would expect, the imprint of my boots in the fine silt that covered the floor. But as I circled the brass plaque and stooped to inspect it more closely, I saw that around it, in a precise ring of no more than 18 inches in radius, the dust was undisturbed. Not recently swept, not blown aside, simply unmarked. No footprint, animal or human, no bird droppings, no snail trail, no leaf fragments, just a smooth surface as if protected under glass, though I could clearly touch it. And then I did what, in retrospect, I cannot recommend. I stepped into the circle. There was no jolt, no flash, no cry of angels or devils, merely a slight momentary pressure in the ears as when descending rapidly in a rail tunnel. And then the silence deepened. Not in volume, for there was no volume, but in texture. It became the sort of silence one encounters only underground, in sealed rooms, or, strangely enough, beneath heavy snow. I opened and closed my mouth, but no sound emerged. I clapped once. Nothing. Even my breath had ceased to make its usual whispering stir in my own ears. But more than this, and I struggle here to articulate what may be beyond common perception. There was a sense that the silence was aware. I had heard such phrases used before, usually by poets or hysterics. The silence pressed in, the air was listening, and so forth. I had always dismissed them as metaphor, until that moment. There, within the ring of untouched dust and voiceless air, I felt, I swear to you, that something was present, not occupying the space with me, but occupying the silence itself. And in the center of the brass plaque, just beneath the Latin inscription, was a small hole, not drilled, not worn, a puncture perfectly round, barely the width of a reed stem, a spiral motif around its tiny edges. I leaned closer, and I heard something. It was not a sound in any ordinary sense. It bypassed the ears entirely and seemed instead to make itself known in the hollows of the skull, like the pressure before a thunderstorm or the echo of a word you are certain someone spoke, but cannot quite recall. A voice, perhaps, but not formed of syllables. A tone, yet without pitch. It was meaning, concentrated and unspeakable. I fell back, startled, and in doing so crossed the invisible boundary of the ring. Instantly, the world reasserted itself. The whisper of the breeze outside, the distant complaint of a rook in flight, the subtle creak of my boots on stone. My ears rang with the sudden return of ambient sound. Whatever I had experienced was bound to that circle and to the thing that dwelt within it. I took notes, sketched the plaque and its placement, and resolved to return the next morning with better instruments and perhaps a colleague from the university. Dr. Fairley, I thought, would be especially intrigued. But I never returned, and not, I should say, from fear. That night, at my lodgings in Exminster, I found a letter waiting for me. It was postmarked from the Priory. The envelope was unremarkable, cheap stationery, the sort one finds in railway post offices. The handwriting was firm, precise, not unfamiliar, but the name on the return address, C. Fenwick, gave me pause. Mr. Fenwick, the man who had led me to the Priory ruins, was a tenant farmer with no formal education, no knowledge of Latin, and I was fairly certain no habit of writing letters. Yet the message inside was written in a hand identical to my own. It read, "You stepped inside, you heard it, you've begun. You will not return because you are already returning. The circle does not mark space. It marks time. Silence is the measure. The whole is for listening. The shape is the same. Ubi sonus perit, ibi vocem aliam inveni." There was no signature, and on the reverse side of the letter, in faint but unmistakable pencil, were the words, "The man who measured silence has begun to measure you." I left Exminster the following morning and never spoke of the Priory again until now. What disturbed me most in the weeks that followed was not the letter, nor the strange quiet that seemed to dog my footsteps in lecture halls and cloisters. It was the slow realization that the phrase, "Ubi sonus perit ibi vocem aliam inveni," was not merely cryptic Latin, it was perfect. Where sound perishes, there shall I find another voice. But whose voice? I began to test things, small things, dropping a book on the floor of my study and noting the delay and the thud, tapping a spoon against a glass and observing how the chime seemed smothered. And then, on the 8th night, I awoke from dreamless sleep at precisely 3 a.m., certain that I had heard a voice call my name. Not aloud, not in my ears, but within that space where dreams occur. The hollows of cognition, deep as bell towers. I tried to read, to walk, to distract myself, but silence had become no longer passive. It was no longer the absence of sound, but the presence of something that only silence could contain. And then came the envelopes. Each morning for 21 days I found one slid under my door. No address, no stamp, always the same paper. Each bore a diagram, perfect concentric rings surrounding a central dot with tiny mathematical annotations in a cipher I did not recognize. The 19th envelope contained a single strand of hair. The 20th, a pressed petal from a bellflower, perfectly dried. And the 21st, nothing. Only the envelope, only the silence. But it was louder than ever. By the close of that month, I had ceased to attend my lectures. The dean, a well-meaning man with more nose than nerve, came to inquire about my health. I mumbled something about neural fatigue and unseasonal melancholy. He nodded, in the distracted way of men who fear contagion of the mind more than any bodily affliction. But what could I have told him? That I had begun to perceive shapes in quiet rooms, that in the absence of sound a geometry asserted itself, slow-moving shadows that did not align with the furniture or the window panes, angles that twitched and uncoiled like threads. I did not sleep in my bed any more. I had taken to sitting upright in my study chair, fearful of what silence might place into my dreams if I surrendered to full unconsciousness. On the night of June 19th, I received a package, larger than an envelope, wrapped in heavy waxed paper, sealed with black twine. No return address. Inside, a stone roughly the size of a plum, perfectly smooth, cut flat on one side and etched into that face, so faint I had to breathe condensation upon it to read, was the same symbol I had seen carved into the stone at the priory, concentric rings, and the word tacitura, not taciturn, tacitura, a word I could find nowhere in any lexicon, not Latin, not Church Greek, not any Gothic or Anglo-Norman tongue known to me. But I understood it. It meant somehow a silence that has weight, a silence with intention, the kind that does not wait to be broken, the kind that listens back. I did not open my door again after that night. I cannot tell you precisely when I ceased speaking aloud altogether. Words had begun to feel intrusive, vulgar even, like bright torchlight in a cathedral crypt. I took to writing notes for my needs. And my housekeeper, bless her decency, assumed it was a vow, perhaps devotional or medical in nature. She prepared my tea and toast without comment and left them by the door. It was during these weeks that I returned to the diagrams. I spread the 20 received envelopes out across the carpet, aligning them by the minute shifts in the central symbol. It was not until the candlelight struck them from a shallow angle that I saw the impression left by the absent 21st. Not ink, not graphite, but an indentation in the carpet itself. The curve of a spiral, widening, unbroken, unending. It pointed not outward but inward, to the center, to the whole. And I remembered then the plaque at the priory, the ring in the stone, the whisper that wasn't a whisper. It had always been a measurement, not of sound, but of what remains when sound is gone. And I, foolish, curious, and vain, had placed myself at its axis. On the final day, though I did not know it was the final, I sat in perfect stillness with the stone in my hand. The little plum-shaped weight of it seemed to pulse faintly, not warm but not cold either, simply there, the way a toothache makes itself known in the bone. I closed my eyes, and the voice came. Only it was not a voice, but a presence, a pressure that curled itself into my thinking like thread into a spindle, and it asked, not in words, but in a kind of conceptual flood, "What are you willing to give to be heard?" I thought I had no answer, but the spiral in my mind, that perfect curve, answered for me, and then I was elsewhere, not in space, but in time. I found myself seated as before in my study, but not quite as before. The air held a curious density as though each particle were suspended in amber. The flame of the lamp did not flicker. The hands of the clock had ceased their motion. Outside, the wind did not trouble the trees, nor did the branches cast any shifting shadow upon the floor. It was not death. I felt that with certainty. It was a pause, a held breath in the throat of the world. The stone still lay in my palm, but its surface was no longer smooth. A faint lattice now crossed it, like veins in marble or the mycelia beneath forest loam. It pulsed, and with each pulse came a wave of perception. Not sound, but understanding. As if someone were speaking directly into my thoughts in the way dreams often do, skipping language, bypassing doubt. It told me there had been others, scholars, monks, even a blind child in medieval Provence. All had measured the silence in their time. Some wrote it down, others hummed it. One had carved it into bones. It was not always a spiral. In one era, it had been a knotted string. In another, the arrangement of lichen growth on a weathered stone. But always it was a pattern that emerged in places where silence was not simply emptiness, but presence. The voice, I must call it a voice for lack of anything truer, asked again, "What do you fear most?" I replied, or thought I did, to leave no mark, to pass unheard. The pressure receded, and then movement. Time resumed. The lamp flickered. The clock ticked. But outside my window the street was wrong. Not in layout, but in tenor. The air had a coppery hue. The passers-by wore clothing of unfamiliar cut. The faces were blank with purpose, not cruelty, but emptiness. And I knew with sickening clarity, this was not my world, not precisely. I had stepped beyond the ring, and in so doing had become measurable. It is not clear to me when speech returned, or when I regained that small anchoring in the world of men. It may have been weeks or months. I no longer trust myself to measure such things. But in time I found voice again, and learned to speak of lesser matters as though nothing had passed. You may imagine I was relieved to have returned and to once more possess speech and place, and the thin securities of habit. I was not. For what haunts me is not the silence itself, but the return. That I now speak and nod and utter the phrases expected of me, concealing all that I have seen. This is the horror from which I have never fully awakened. The silence did not change me. It was the rejoining of that greater silence we all endure, the veiled silence beneath our daily speech, that marked the true descent. I shall always wish I had never attempted to measure it. For so long as I had not sought its shape, I might still pretend it was not there. But the silence we pretend holds no weight. The silence we tolerate for the sake of the world is, in truth, our own.
St. Eormenred's Bees by Elowen Greaves, read by Elspeth Sauer. When the prayers of men rise unanswered, and the saints turn their faces away, the bees shall rise instead. For if the Almighty will not hear, they shall sting him from his throne. Fragment attributed to the rule of St. Eormenred, surviving in one incomplete vellum leaf, undated. I have, in the years since, often reflected that the matter might have been left alone, and my life would now be of a quieter, if altogether duller, shape. Yet even now, as I set down this account, I cannot wholly regret my curiosity. If I was foolish, it was only in the manner that youth is always inclined to be so, not for some idle thrill, but for the beckoning of that strange mingling of the sacred and forbidden that hangs always about old places. It was in the spring of 1887 when I first heard of the ruin at Comberwick, during a visit to my cousin at Evesham Park. The countryside was in its most inviting aspect, that tender green of April, when winter's grip has loosened, but before the weight of summer sets heavily upon the fields. Over dinner, one of my cousin's neighbours, a rather tiresome gentleman fond of his own voice, spoke of curious remnants of monastic holdings that dotted the district. Among these, he mentioned St. Eormenred's cloister and the adjacent folly erected some years later by Lord Ashley, who had acquired the land but quickly lost interest in further alterations before departing for the continent. "Oh, it is not much to see now," he said between spoonfuls of soup. "The foundation is still there, a portion of the cloister garden, what's left of it, and that odd little folly his lordship fancied building nearby. But the real structure, the monastery itself, long gone, of course. The village still chatters about it, though. You know how these places are." When I pressed for the nature of these village tales, he gave a short laugh, clearly pleased to be asked. "Some curious old nonsense about a saint and his bees. A bit of local superstition, you know. The sort of thing villagers tell their children. They say St. Eormenred kept a sacred hive within the cloister. That if God would not answer the prayers of the desperate, the saint's bees might sting the Almighty into attending." He chuckled, waving his hand. "Utter drivel, of course, but the villagers still speak of it with that peculiar fondness they reserve for their absurdities." Absurd it may have sounded to him, but I found myself rather enchanted by the oddity of the tale. The very notion, both pious and blasphemous in equal measure, carried a peculiar weight that clung to my thoughts for days afterward. And so, perhaps inevitably, I resolved to see the place for myself. Edward, my cousin, made some polite protests when I announced my intention, but his objections were mild. In truth, I believe he was relieved to have me find diversion, as country life offered me few amusements. After inquiries on my behalf in the village yielded no solid lead as to how I might obtain access, Edward sent word further afield via the servants and acquaintances. After a few days' time, a result was obtained. He provided me with the name of the old caretaker still in residence at the estate, one Mr. Lisle, and a brief letter of introduction. Lord Ashley himself was abroad, as everyone knew, and his staff was all but dismissed, save for this solitary servant left to oversee the grounds. Oddly enough, no one in the village seemed familiar with this Mr. Lisle among the roster of his lordship's servants, but the acquaintance of an acquaintance who had obtained his name for Edward was, I was assured, the salt of the earth and a pillar of the community. Or perhaps, Edward chuckled, a pillar of salt. Arrangements were made, and it was thus that, a week later, on a soft and cloud-dappled morning, I set out alone on horseback toward Comberwick, entirely unaware of what awaited me in that place where bees may still speak for the unanswered. As I rode, I thought of a conversation a few days prior I had while taking tea with Mrs. Hathaway, the vicar's wife, a kindly woman whose conversation veered always toward village histories. I sought to draw out a little more on this curious legend. She smiled with that gentle indulgence peculiar to country ladies long accustomed to the harmless eccentricities of local tales. "Ah, yes, St. Eormenred," she said, pouring carefully. "You have heard of his bees already, then?" "I have," I replied, though surely even in jest some must have called him a heretic. To suggest that if heaven remained unmoved, the bees might sting the Almighty himself. Well, that is not a doctrine any bishop would have received with gladness. Mrs. Hathaway chuckled softly, stirring her own cup. "Quite so, my dear. I expect even the monks who once kept the place were uneasy with it. But such talk comes more from old wives' tongues than from any proper record, I'm sure." She glanced briefly toward the window, as if ensuring we remained unobserved by any invisible listeners. "You must understand," she continued, lowering her voice just slightly. "Many of these village tales borrow freely from older beliefs, those that linger still in country places, however piously people may attend service on Sundays. The story of the saints' bees, you see, may carry echoes of rather older notions, nature spirits, charms of protection, bargains struck with powers not wholly of heaven, though not quite of the adversary either. Her words hung delicately in the air, like filaments of web stirring in a draught. But of course, she added with a smile, returning to the safety of conventional opinion, such are the harmless amusements of rustic imagination. You mustn't let it trouble you. Of course not, I answered, returning her smile politely. But in truth, I found myself more troubled by her very need to assure me so. As I made my way to Comberwick, the morning was cool, but bright, with a thin veil of mist still clinging low across the fields as I rode. My mare, a steady creature, carried me willingly along the gently winding lanes bordered by budding hedgerows and ancient stone walls, their surfaces furred with moss and lichen. The countryside here was older than much of England, older even than many dared remember. As the village fell behind me, the land opened into undulating meadows, and soon the silhouette of the Folly appeared, a curious octagonal tower of pale stone, perched like some misplaced ornament upon the rise beyond the monastery ruins. Though Lord Ashley's taste in architecture had never commanded much admiration, the tower had an odd charm nonetheless, its absurdity softened by distance, and the embrace of encroaching ivy. Below it, nearer to the tree line, lay what remained of the cloister. The outer walls had long since crumbled into low, tumbled fragments, their outlines still suggesting the quadrangle they once enclosed. A few broken columns remained upright, like teeth half swallowed by the earth. In the centre rose a smaller walled enclosure, intact and curiously well maintained, the inner garden to which all local talk had alluded. There, waiting by the narrow gate of wrought iron, stood Mr. Lisle. He was not what I expected. Older, certainly, but neat in his appearance, and of an almost courtly bearing. His grey hair was closely trimmed, his black coat pressed, and though his face was thin, his expression was attentive, without being officious. As I dismounted, he bowed slightly. "Miss," he greeted, "I trust your ride was a pleasant one." "Quite," I replied, handing him the reins, which he accepted with practised ease. "You are Mr. Lisle, I presume?" "At your service." He secured the horse and gestured politely toward the path. "Shall we proceed then, miss? His lordship's secretary instructed that you were to be accommodated should you wish to observe the chapel ground and its peculiarities." I allowed a small smile at his careful phrasing. "The custom is still observed, then?" I asked. Mrs. Hathaway had whispered the rumour to me about one of the more unnerving, yet perhaps intriguing traditions said to have been observed about admission to the cloister garden. I had been told the rule, and though with some trepidation planned to go through with it, nonetheless, I was waiting for Mr. Lisle to actually confirm it. Mr. Lisle inclined his head. "It is. The Lord insisted it remain undisturbed, though I suspect he enjoys more the reputation of its strangeness than any true adherence. Still, the rule remains. The rule being that no one enters the inner garden clothed." I allowed myself a small wry breath, a curious prescription. He did not smile. "It is the old way, miss, as it was kept by the monks, as it has always been." "And the bees?" I pressed. "Are they still here after all these years?" At this, Mr. Lisle's gaze grew distant for the briefest moment before returning to its customary politeness. "They are present, miss, though not as ordinary bees might be. You need not fear them, so long as the rule is kept. They do not sting, not those of humankind at least. Only others who do not answer. That faint chill, the kind that never comes from air, touched the nape of my neck then, but I straightened, schooling my voice to composure. "Very well, Mr. Lisle, let us proceed." Mr. Lisle led me along a gravel path that wound gently toward the inner enclosure. The air here was still, almost unnaturally so. Even the faint breeze that had stirred the trees earlier seemed to have abandoned this little hollow, as though unwilling to trespass further. The low walls of the outer cloister passed by on either side, their broken arches framing slivers of pale sky. Insects hummed softly in the distance, but I heard no birdsong. We reached a small stone vestibule, a kind of antechamber just outside the gate to the inner garden. A wooden bench, worn smooth by years of service, sat against one wall. Beside it stood a simple chest, into which a small key had already been inserted. Mr. Lyle stopped here, and turned to face me with the formality of one reciting words much rehearsed. "Miss," he said, "this is where I must leave you to your preparations. When you have disrobed, you may place your garments within the chest. The key you may keep with you, though you will not need it inside. I will not enter once you proceed, save to guide you through the inner gate itself." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "When you are ready, I shall blindfold myself and lead you forward. You need not fear for your modesty. I know the way to the gate even without my sight." I nodded once, feeling my heartbeat quicken, not with dread precisely, but with that peculiar tension born of entering some ancient ceremony whose meaning had long outlived its origin. Mr. Lyle stepped back, and with a faint bow, withdrew to wait just beyond sight. I stood alone. The little chamber was cool and shaded, the stone beneath my feet surprisingly smooth. I set my gloves first upon the bench, then my hat, before beginning to unfasten the pearl buttons of my bodice with deliberate care. Each movement carried a strange weight, an awareness that this was not simply the disrobing of one's garments, but of one's distance from whatever had been kept behind that gate for centuries. My skirt was next, its fabric sighing faintly as it fell across my boots, which I soon unlaced and set neatly aside. The corset followed, its laces yielding beneath my fingers as my breath eased. Stockings, petticoat, chemise, all laid gently into the chest in turn, until at last I stood as I had come into the world, feeling the cool air stir lightly against my skin. There was a kind of vulnerability in the moment, yes, but beneath it too, a thrill I could not entirely suppress, as though some secret within me had long awaited this unburdening, without ever knowing it. I closed the lid of the chest and turned the key with a soft click. The little brass handle fit snugly in my palm. "Mr. Lyles," I called softly. He returned at once, carrying a length of black silk. Without once raising his eyes from beneath the blindfold he wore, he spoke with calm assurance. "If you will permit me, miss." I had not realized I, like him, was to be blindfolded. So, sightless and denuded, guided by a man himself blind, I would go. I inclined my head, and he gently tied the blindfold about my face, careful to leave no gap through which even the faintest glimmer might intrude. "Now, if you will take my arm," he said, his voice a steady tether in the gathering strangeness. "I shall lead you forward. The path is short, and you are quite safe." I placed my hand lightly upon his offered arm. The fabric of his sleeve was cool beneath my fingers. And thus we stepped through the gate into the unknown. The ground beneath my feet shifted as we passed through the gate. The even stone gave way to something softer, not grass precisely, but a fine layer of compacted earth, faintly warm from the filtered sun above. I felt each minute change, the subtle rise and fall beneath my soles, the occasional smooth pebble pressing lightly against my heel or arch, the faint crumbling of old leaves worked into the soil over countless seasons. The air grew thicker as we advanced, carrying with it a sweetness unlike anything I had anticipated, not cloying, but rich and strange, like honey warmed under glass, mingled with something older that I could not name. Mr. Lyle's pace was unhurried, steady as a metronome. The faint crunch of his own careful steps served as a kind of reassurance in the blindness, marking each quiet footfall forward. Though I could see nothing, the garden announced itself in other ways. The air hummed, softly at first, but steadily intensifying, a low vibration like the murmur of distant voices speaking just beneath comprehension. The sound was unmistakably that of bees. But unlike the busy, darting hum of an ordinary hive, this was almost musical, as though the creatures moved in deliberate harmony, each wingbeat contributing to a great, slow chord that resonated faintly through the ground and into the arches of my bare feet. The warmth beneath me deepened, and for a brief moment I imagined I could feel subtle, living movements within the soil itself, the faint tremor of countless bodies shifting beneath the surface in rhythms I could neither see nor fully comprehend. We halted. The sound of a second, smaller gate opening came to my ears. "You are arrived, miss," Mr. Lyle said quietly, releasing my arm with great care. "I shall remain here at the threshold. You may stay and explore as long as you wish. When you desire to return, speak my name. And one more thing. Pardon the oddness of my phrase, but do not ignore anything in the garden which asks to be noticed." And with that, I was alone, utterly sightless, standing barefoot upon the warm, breathing ground of St. Eormenred's inner garden, while the bees sang softly all around me. For some moments I stood motionless, breathing carefully, listening to the low symphony of wings about me. The silk blindfold was snug, but not tight against my eyes, its fabric warm now from my skin. My heartbeat sounded louder than the bees themselves, though whether from fear or something perilously near to exhilaration, I could not yet say. The air stirred faintly against my bare shoulders, carrying with it the rich, resinous scent that seemed to permeate every inch of this hidden place. It was not simply the sweetness of honey, but something more, older, darker, like warm amber left long in the earth. At last, I reached up with both hands and found the knot at the nape of my neck. My fingers trembled slightly as I worked it loose, feeling the silken fabric slacken and draw away. For a moment, I kept my eyes closed. The faint breeze traced over my lids like cool fingertips, and I realized how sharp my senses had become in the absence of sight. My awareness of the ground beneath my feet, of the strange chorus humming all around me, seemed amplified. Then, slowly, I opened my eyes. The light was muted, filtered through a high ring of ancient stone and the dense green canopy that arched above the courtyard. The sky was visible only in thin slivers where the leaves allowed it. The garden was smaller than I expected, no more than 30 feet across, enclosed fully by high, unbroken walls. Their surfaces were not the plain grey of weathered stone, but shone faintly with an amber sheen. Thin layers of wax, smoothed and spread as though by countless tiny bodies over generations uncounted. And they were here, bees, not in wild darting clouds as one sees near a common hive, but in precise coiling patterns, curving through the air in deliberate arcs, as if guided by a hand unseen. Their bodies glinted in the light, darker than ordinary bees, their stripes deeper, almost crimson in places. They circled, dipped and hovered, never once colliding, as though bound to some law I could not perceive. In the very centre of the space stood what must once have been the pedestal of a fountain or statue. Upon it rested the hive, an ancient structure of spiralling comb, layered upon itself into strange, irregular forms. The wax was dark, nearly black, with thin veins of red running through it like threads of garnet. The bees did not approach me. Instead, they moved around me, never nearer than a few feet, as though my presence was acknowledged but not unwelcome. And there, behind the pedestal, I saw something else. At first I thought it a trick of light, but no, there stood a shape, tall and indistinct, half concealed in shadow. It was not robed nor winged, but seemed composed of the same living shimmer that filled the air. A form suspended between presence and absence. Neither fully man, fully woman, nor fully beast, but woven from the very pattern of the hive's strange order. Though it made no sound, I felt a pressure, not upon my skin, but within my breast, as if its attention had turned fully toward me. I could not move. My breath came shallow, though not from terror in its common form. Rather, it was the kind of stillness one feels upon the edge of a precipice, the recognition that any movement, any disturbance, might shift the balance of things not entirely within one's understanding. The figure remained as it was, pulsing faintly, almost breathing with the rhythm of the bees that circled above and around. The comb-like structure at the centre of the garden seemed not separate from it, but rather part of the same living system, as though what stood before me had grown up from its layers, fed by their generations of toil. I became aware, too, of an odd sensation beneath my feet. The warmth of the earth deepened, and I felt unmistakably the faintest vibration, not merely the movement of insects, but a pulsing from within the ground itself. It was as though the garden were alive in its entirety, not metaphorically, but truly, its stone, its wax, its air, its unseen channels beneath the soil, all woven into one organism whose purpose I could not fathom. And still the bees sang. Their song was not dissonant. On the contrary, it was beautiful, orderly, harmonious, ancient. But within its beauty was something dreadful in its indifference. This was not music made for human ears. This was an order that predated us, and would continue long after we were gone. The figure made no move toward me. It neither beckoned nor threatened, but its very formlessness was its message, that I stood in the presence of something for which no name in our speech could properly serve. Not saint, nor angel, nor demon, but an office perhaps once glimpsed by Saint Eormenred, whose rule, if such a rule ever existed, had merely brushed against this older, colder intelligence. I do not know how long I stood there. At some point, my body seemed to recall itself, and I stepped backward. One step, then another, my bare feet pressing into the warm, thrumming earth. The bees adjusted their paths subtly, opening a narrow lane, through which I retreated without resistance. Only when my shoulder touched cool stone behind me did I realize I had reached the edge of the garden once more. "Mr. Lyle," I called softly, my voice catching. Instantly his hand was at my arm, steadying me. I retied the silk about my eyes, but loosely this time. "Come, miss," he said, in that same measured, blindfolded calm. "I have you. We shall return." The return through the gate was slower than our entrance had been. I allowed Mr. Lyle to lead me without haste, my hand once again upon the fabric of his sleeve. His movements were sure, his steps unerring as before, and the faint gravel of the path crunched rhythmically beneath his feet. The air beyond the garden seemed thinner, lighter, yet the warmth of that strange courtyard still clung faintly to my skin, like the breath of something that had not quite released me. When we reached the small vestibule once more, Mr. Lyle gently withdrew his arm and spoke in the same composed manner. "You are safely returned, miss. I shall leave you your privacy." Without waiting for reply, he withdrew, his footsteps receding softly along the path, leaving me again alone. I stood quite still, my breath measured, my heart yet unsettled. The silk blindfold still rested loosely about my face, the knot at my neck slack from the careful return journey. I raised my hands, fingers brushing once more against the smooth fabric, and after a moment's pause, I slipped it free. The antechamber lay as before, narrow, quiet, filled with cool stone light. The open air beyond the outer wall beckoned, but I felt no immediate compulsion to return to my garments or resume my former state. Some pull, curious, tremulous, not wholly rational, held me where I stood. I stepped forward, barefoot still upon the smooth stone, feeling its faint chill rise through the arches of my feet. The air here smelled different from that in the cloister proper, thinner, touched with the faint green of ivy creeping through the upper stones, mingled with old earth and forgotten damp. Yet some part of that rich, sweet musk from within still clung faintly to my skin, as though the hive's breath had settled into my very pores. There was, in this exposure, a strange clarity of sensation, a heightened awareness not merely of vulnerability, but of presence. The touch of the air along my collarbone, the faint shifting of unseen draughts curling beneath my hair, the gentle pull of gravity upon my limbs. My own form, freed from its layers of silk and lace and stays, felt oddly foreign and at once natural, as though I had stumbled backward into some older posture of being, neither entirely primitive nor fully civilized. And still I lingered. The inner gate behind me, though closed, seemed to breathe faintly at my back, its iron filigree trembling under the weight of forces that moved not with wind, but with intent. I could not say why I turned once more toward it, nor what I expected to see. But there, beyond the narrow slats, the bees still moved. Their procession had altered now, as if aware of my lingering. The patterns which earlier spiralled gently above the garden now seemed to draw toward the centre, coiling with greater density about the pedestal hive. The great black wax gleamed faintly, the garnet threads within it catching what little light the afternoon offered. And still, behind the hive, that figure remained. Not nearer, not clearer, but subtly more present. Its edges no longer wavered as they had. There was a solidity forming there, though what constituted its body was neither flesh nor mist. Its movement was nearly imperceptible, the smallest turn of what might be its head, as though inclining in recognition of my continued gaze. Though no voice spoke, I felt again that internal pressure, not upon my skin, but somewhere deeper, as though a hand had reached gently into the cavity behind my breastbone and rested there, neither squeezing nor releasing. The bees, too, seemed to hum in answer, their wings setting up a steady, low vibration that resonated faintly against the stone beneath my feet. And then, very slowly, the figure raised one indistinct arm, not toward me, but outward, toward the high ring of wall above. At its gesture, the bees shifted. Their formation parted above the hive, and in the centre of that clearing space, something descended. It was not another creature, but a shape, long, pale, soft as silk, drifting downward like a banner lowered upon invisible cords. It turned as it fell, its motion governed by forces I could not discern, until it came to rest upon the apex of the blackened hive itself. It was a veil, a bridal veil. The veil shimmered faintly as it settled, its fabric impossibly pristine, despite the centuries of rot and decay that surrounded it. The fine lacework along its edges caught the dim light like frost on winter branches, and though no breeze disturbed the air, the veil stirred gently, as though breathing along with the hive beneath it. My throat tightened. The gesture was unmistakable. The figure had not simply summoned the veil for its own purpose, it had placed it where I might see, where I might understand that this place, this ritual, had never fully been meant for observation. It had been meant for participation. I stepped back, my bare heels pressing against the cold stone, yet still I could not look away. The bees hovered in their careful orbits, not once touching the fabric, as though honouring its place in the strange order of this consecrated space. The figure, if I could still call it that, stood silent behind the hive, its outline less wavering now, as though strengthened by my presence, or perhaps my growing comprehension. A prickling sensation rose along my skin, not from cold, but from something deeper, a hum beneath the surface of my flesh, mirroring the great slow pulse of the hive itself. It was as if the bees' work resonated not only through the air, but through the marrow of my own body, drawing me into their patient, endless labour. And though no words were spoken, I felt it, a kind of invitation, tender and terrible, as though I had been called long ago before I was born and had now simply arrived at the appointed hour. Part of me desperately wanted to flee. Yet even as the thought came, my legs would not obey. Some thread of dread, of fascination, of something darker still, held me in place. My heart pounded, but not solely from fear. Beneath it was a trembling thrill that I could not wholly deny. It was then I noticed that the bees had shifted once more. The circling ranks began to divide, forming two opposing spirals that mirrored each other on either side of the pedestal, parting a narrow lane between them. The opening led not away, but forward toward the pedestal and its shrouded summit. The message was plain, though unspoken. Approach, and for one breathless moment I very nearly did. My foot hovered at the edge of that narrow path, toes curling faintly against the stone as though testing the weight of my intent. The bees maintained their perfect orbits, their wings setting up a quiet harmony that seemed to pulse directly into my ribs. The figure behind the hive stood motionless, yet its stillness was not passive. It watched, or rather, it waited, as though patience itself had taken form. It did not beckon me closer with gesture or word. It simply existed at the centre of that ancient order, confident that I would follow the path laid open before me. And for a moment, an instant both longer and shorter than any measure of time, I felt myself begin to lean forward. It was not compulsion, nor was it true desire. It was something beneath both, the quiet yielding of self before a force that does not demand but anticipates. The air thickened slightly as I shifted my weight, warm, fragrant, like honey dissolved in blood. My bare toes and soles met the warm stone, which now seemed almost to hum beneath my skin. I could feel each small vibration, each faint echo of countless wings. Then there was the faintest sound, a whisper, not from the bees, not from the figure, not from the hive, but from within my own mind. Not yet. The words were not spoken aloud, nor in any voice I knew. They were simply there, lodged behind my eyes like the memory of a thing I had never known but recognised all the same. The spell broke. I staggered back with a soft cry, as though a weight I had not known I carried had suddenly been lifted. My heel struck uneven stone, and I stumbled further, clutching the low wall behind me for balance. At once the bees responded. Their divided spirals closed again, folding gently into a seamless orbit around the hive. The veil atop the dark wax trembled once, then settled. The figure behind the hive did not retreat. It simply resumed its waiting posture, as though my hesitation had been neither surprise nor disappointment, but merely a detail within a ritual long rehearsed. My breath came fast and shallow. My skin flushed hot beneath the faint sheen of sweat, though the air was still cool. I could no longer remain. Clutching the blindfold still wrapped loosely in my hand, I turned away from the gate and fled across the ruined cloister's broken paving. My bare feet struck stone and gravel without care, and though sharp edges bit into my soles, I felt nothing but the urgency to escape. The open fields beyond the ruin seemed vast and empty beneath the grey sky. Yet even as I ran, I could feel that hum behind me, steady, patient, indifferent, growing fainter only as distance widened. The bees did not follow, but they did not need to. I do not recall how long I ran, nor whether I followed any proper path. My feet found their way by instinct alone, carrying me downhill through long grasses and uneven ground, the ruined arches shrinking behind me as I fled. My breath came ragged, my chest tight with exertion, and a rising, sour panic that lodged itself behind my ribs. Only when the hedgerows thickened and the low rooftops of Comberwick village appeared did I slow, my legs trembling beneath me. The cottages seemed impossibly small and ordinary in the face of what I had left behind. The sight of them, however, offered no relief. Rather, they felt like the fragile shells of something long abandoned, pretending still to house the familiar world. A handful of villagers stood outside the small public house at the lane's end, engaged in quiet conversation. As I stumbled toward them, barefoot, my hair loosened and my garments still locked away in the chest back at the cloister, their faces turned with an instant mixture of alarm and confusion, arising, of course, from my nakedness, my bared feet, exposed body and wild hair, signalling to them I was either a victim in need of help or a madwoman to be feared. One woman let out a short cry, dropping the basket in her hands. An older man stepped forward, reaching out to steady me. "Miss, good heavens, miss, what's happened?" I could not form words at first. My throat was thick, my breath still unsteady. The weight of all that I had seen or felt seemed to drag at my every limb. "Please," I managed at last. I've come from St. Eormenred's ground." The man glanced quickly to the others. "St. Eormenred's? Who's done this to you, child?" "No one." My voice broke, sharp and desperate. I arranged it with Lord Ashley's man, with Mr. Lyle." The silence that followed was sharp as a blade. The villagers exchanged glances, uneasy, searching, and quietly afraid. They still kept their distance, not even so much as yet offering me a means to cover myself, as if they wished to help me, but not at the expense of exposure to some contagion. At last one of the women spoke, her voice soft, as though reluctant to contradict me. "Miss, I don't know who you met, but his lordship's not been home these many months, not since before Christmas. The house stands locked. There's no one there to keep the grounds now." I stared at her, my mouth working soundlessly. But Mr. Lyle..." She shook her head slowly, and the man at my side gave my arm a small, steadying squeeze. "There's been no Mr. Lyle since Lord Ashley left," he said gently. "You've been alone, miss, alone up there this whole time." The world shifted beneath me at that, as though the ground wished to pull me downward. I might have fallen if not for his grip. "Come now," he murmured. "You're safe now. Come inside." I let him guide me forward into the dim interior of the public house, and only now did he offer me his short wool coat to provide myself at least some cover. As the door closed behind us, shutting out the grey sky and its silent hum, I felt the weight of my encounter settle into something colder still. Not terror, nor even confusion, but the dreadful certainty that some part of me had been seen and weighed and gently deferred. "Not yet." The words echoed again, quieter now, as though fading into some deep recess of myself. And yet I knew they remained. I recovered in the following weeks, at least in the outward sense. My cousin, summoned in haste, saw to my care, and though questions were whispered behind closed doors, none dared press me for details. The physician, after much frowning, called it exhaustion of the nerves, and prescribed rest, as though the body might forget what the mind could not. In time, I returned to my family's home, and thence resumed the quiet, predictable patterns of life expected of me. My name was never publicly attached to what had occurred at Comberwick, and for that I am quietly grateful. And yet there are moments, often in spring, when the bees first stir and the air is thick with the scent of warmed honey and young bloom flowers, when I feel again that pressure behind my breastbone, as though something still waits, neither demanding nor forgetting. I have never returned to St. Eormenred's. I know better than to test whether the hour appointed to me has merely been delayed.
The 10th Bell by Elowen Greaves. Read by Wilbur Friesman Durst. I came to Windlow Hollow under circumstances that at the time struck me as entirely ordinary. The matter concerned an inventory, not of property, but of parish holdings and ecclesiastical records which the diocese, in its tiresome diligence, had commissioned me to review. Such labours were neither foreign nor unpleasant to me. I had made something of a modest reputation for myself in the study of minor church histories, where petty disputes over boundaries, fonts, tithes, and burials provided, if not grand discovery, then at least quiet work for a man of my temperament. Windlow Hollow was not much to look at, a clutch of houses pressed into a dip between wooded ridges, their chimneys bending slightly under years of prevailing wind. The church sat somewhat apart from the village proper, up a narrow track where hedgerows grew too thick and too old to have been planted by any living hand. It was not until my third evening in the village that I first heard the name given to the church by those who lived under its shadow. The 9 Bells, the innkeeper had called it as she set down my supper. I glanced up. I thought its dedication was to St. Pelagius. She nodded, folding her hands against her apron. Oh, aye. In the books it is, but folk here call it the 9 Bells. I smiled politely. For its tower, I presume. An unusually large peal for so small a place. Her smile faltered just slightly. 9, yes, but that's not why. And here she glanced almost reflexively toward the shuttered window, though the hour was not yet late. It's because, she said softly, sometimes you hear the 10th. I set down my fork, the warmth of the stew momentarily forgotten. The 10th? I repeated, more curious than alarmed. You mean a 10th bell once existed, and was lost, perhaps? She shook her head gently. No, sir. There's only ever been the 9. No record, no missing bell in any inventory, not even when the tower was repaired after the lightning strike in 54. But still... Her voice lowered further, as though the very mention of it might summon something uninvited. Still, there are nights when you hear it, not part of the proper tolling, not rung by hand or rope. You'll hear the 9 strike plain enough, and then there comes another, always a little after, not loud but clear, like it doesn't quite belong in the air. I found myself oddly reluctant to smile, though the rational part of me was quick to summon explanations. The mind can play such tricks on the ear when listening for patterns. A distant echo, perhaps, or some sympathetic vibration of the tower itself. And does it occur often? I asked. She hesitated. More often lately. I raised an eyebrow. And has anyone investigated? The vicar, perhaps. The vicar's not lived here these last 2 years, she said. They've not yet sent us a proper replacement. There's only old Mr. Dent now, who sees to the services, but he won't go up the tower. Says it isn't his place. At this she made a faint gesture, not quite a cross, but some instinctive warding sign, old and half forgotten. It's best not to speak too much of it, she added. You'll find what you need in the ledgers, sir, but don't go troubling yourself with the bells. I thanked her politely, but of course in that moment my interest was already fixed. For a man trained to sift the truths behind village superstition, such evasions were irresistible. The bells would bear examination, and in the days that followed I began to make my inquiries. The following morning I walked the short distance up the lane to the church itself. The path narrowed as it climbed, flanked on both sides by yew and elder that leaned inward, their gnarled branches filtering the light into pale green shafts that danced across the ground beneath my feet. The church stood modest and crooked at the crest, its stones weathered to a gentle softness, as though worn by the long weight of watching generations. The tower rose behind it, sturdy, square, and disproportionately tall for so small a house of worship. Its bells were quiet now, their mouths visible through the arched louvres high above. I counted them, 1, 2, 3, and at last 9. As the innkeeper had said, no space remained for a 10th. The tower was full, its structure whole and unbroken. The caretaker met me at the porch, a small man, thin in frame but with eyes like bright polished stones. He introduced himself simply as Dent. "Mr. Dent," I began, offering him the letter of commission I carried, "I am here on behalf of the diocesan registry. You have been informed, I trust." He nodded, glancing briefly at the papers but scarcely reading them. "Aye. You'll find the parish records inside, sir, safe as they've ever been." He turned and led me within without further preamble. The interior was dim but orderly. Dust hung in slow beams through the air, disturbed only by our passing. The ledgers, when produced, proved entirely unremarkable. Births, marriages, deaths, tithes paid or overdue. Nothing among them hinted at anything so peculiar as the rumors I had now heard whispered more than once. After several hours' work, Mr. Dent brought me tea, placing the cup gently beside my elbow. He stood silent for a moment before speaking. "You've seen the tower, sir?" he asked quietly. "I have," I replied. 9 bells, as reported, quite well kept." His gaze flicked briefly toward the narrow window, as if confirming the great stone mass still stood beyond it. "Folk speak nonsense about it. You'll have heard?" "I have heard mention of a 10th bell," I said, my tone light. His face twitched almost imperceptibly. "A bell that isn't there, sir, nor ever was." "And yet it is heard." He swallowed once, his throat bobbing beneath the thin skin of his neck. "Some say so. I've not heard it myself, but others have. Always that same pattern, 9 tolls, then a pause, then the 10th. "And how long has this been reported?" I pressed. His eyes narrowed slightly, voice lowering as though to prevent its escape beyond these old walls. "Longer than my years, sir. My grandfather heard it once. My father, never. Myself, never. But the village hears it from time to time." He shifted uncomfortably. "Best not to give it too much attention. It favors those who listen too closely." There was nothing theatrical in his words, no conscious air of superstition, only quiet, weary caution, as though the matter had worn grooves into his very thoughts. I offered him what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "It is my task, Mr. Dent, to attend to the records alone. I shall not trouble the bells." But I knew, even then, that I would. The bells rang for the first time during my stay on the following Sunday. I had taken my usual seat toward the back of the nave, notebook folded shut in my coat pocket. The congregation was small, perhaps 24 souls scattered loosely across the pews, their voices rising thinly in the responses. Mr. Dent led the service in the absence of any appointed vicar, his reading steady but curiously hurried, as though eager not to outlast some private threshold of safety. At the conclusion, the bells began their peal. Their voices were rich, clear, and ordered. Each note fell precisely after the other, filling the small stone chamber with layered resonance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then silence, a perfect, rightful silence. No 10th. I exhaled, though whether in disappointment or relief I could not say. And yet, late that night, I awoke. It was not a noise that disturbed me at first, but rather a sensation, the kind of stirring that unsettles the nerves before the mind fully wakens. My room at the inn was dark, but for a narrow sliver of moonlight threading between the curtains. The hush was near complete, save for the distant creak of timber and the faint sighing of the wind against the eaves. Then came the sound, soft but unmistakable. 9 tolls, clear as when I had heard them earlier that morning, though far fainter through the thickness of night and distance. I counted each one beneath my breath, my eyes open now to the black ceiling above. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then a pause, not lengthy, not accidental. And after it, a 10th. But unlike the others, it was not so much struck as summoned. Its tone was thinner, more distant, almost metallic, as though sounding from behind a veil of stone or earth. The air itself seemed to draw slightly inward with its arrival, as though the village itself had been waiting for it. The hairs along my arms rose, my breath slowed involuntarily. The sound was not loud, no louder than a clock chime far down a corridor, but it landed within me with a peculiar weight. And then it was gone. The silence that followed was not peaceable. It was a silence that waited for acknowledgement. I lay in the dark for some time before sleep returned, and when it did, it was shallow, brittle, and unsatisfying. The following morning I found myself restive, unable to focus upon my assigned work. The ledgers sat open before me once more, but their dry notations blurred across my sight as my thoughts circled that thin, impossible toll of the 10th bell. I ventured again to the church after the noon meal, half under pretense of examining certain records stored in the vestry. Mr. Dent was not present this time, and I let myself in with the small iron key provided by the diocesan office. The air inside was cooler than without, thick with the faint perfume of old wood and worn stone. Dust motes circled in the still shafts of light that slipped between high-set windows, but it was the tower that drew me. I stood beneath it, craning my head to trace its steep ascent. The bells rested in their nested cradles, silent, glinting faintly where light caught the curves of their bronze mouths. They were arranged as any such peal would be, each diminishing slightly in size toward the highest tiers. 9 bells, only 9. And yet I could not dispel the uneasy sense that there was something more within that tower, not hidden precisely, but folded, as though space itself had misled the eye. There was a narrow stair winding upward within the tower's wall. The stone steps were worn to gentle curves beneath centuries of climbing feet. I ascended carefully, hand trailing along the cool, damp stones of the inner wall. As I climbed, the air grew thinner, drier. The creak of distant timbers accompanied my steps, and now and then a soft rustle. Pigeons roosting somewhere above, or perhaps something else disturbing the old nesting spaces. At length, I reached the belfry itself. The bells loomed close now, their surfaces mottled with the fine green bloom of aged bronze. Heavy ropes descended through holes in the flooring, coiled loosely below. The open arches of the tower allowed in strips of grey daylight, and from this height the village appeared as a scattering of toys amid patchwork fields. I circled the platform, counting once more, placing my hand briefly upon the rim of each bell as though seeking some hidden fault. 9. No space remained for another, no missing cradle, no removed fittings. The 10th had never stood among these, and yet I felt it here, not seen but undeniably present. A hollow in the air, as though a sound had left its shape behind. There was a faint smell, too, not unpleasant, but sharp, like ironstone wetted after drought. It lingered in the belfry, just beneath the known scents of old timber and birds' roosts. As I turned to descend, a sudden draught moved through the tower, cool against my skin, though the air outside was still, and with that draught came a whisper, so soft I could not be certain whether it reached my ears or my mind directly. Soon! The word, if word it was, seemed to dissolve almost the moment it formed. I paused upon the stair, my hand tightening on the stone rail as I listened, heart quickening in that breathless hush. But there was nothing further. The pigeons shifted uneasily in their niches above. The ropes hung still. Only the faint sound of the wind threading through the tower's upper arches remained. I descended carefully, each step now heavy with an awareness I could not wholly shake off. The sturdy rationality that had guided my life thus far, the comfortable assurance of material explanation, had begun to wear thin. By the time I stepped back into the nave, dusk had begun to gather in the corners of the church. The light fell low through the windows, striping the floor in narrow amber beams. I hesitated before leaving, casting one last glance upward toward the dark mouth of the tower that loomed above. As I emerged into the churchyard, Mr. Dent was standing near the lich gate, waiting with a look that was not entirely surprised to see me. "You've been up, then?" he said. It was not a question. "I have." His face was grave, and for the first time since my arrival, I sensed something beneath his quiet reserve. Weariness, perhaps, or the burden of knowing more than he dared speak. "And did you hear it?" he asked softly. "Not in the tower," I admitted, "but last night in my room." He gave a slow nod, as if this merely confirmed some ledger of private expectations. "It doesn't favor everyone," he said. "Only some. Not always the same ones." "And what is it, Mr. Dent?" I pressed. "Is there truly nothing in the records? No cause? No lost bell?" He glanced away, eyes settling on the stones of the path as though the answers might be written there. "There's no 10th bell, sir, not of this church, but there were bells here before the church stood, before any of this was consecrated ground." I frowned. "Before—" He shifted his weight, voice growing more distant. "They say the hollow was used long before the monks laid stone here, before Windlow Hollow had a name at all. The bells were part of something older, something that called. When the church was raised, the old bells were broken, buried, sealed beneath the new tower's foundation. But you cannot always bury the sound of a thing." He looked up at me then, his eyes dark beneath the fading light. "It was never meant to ring alone. It waits, sir. For what? I do not know." The hairs at my neck rose once more. Mr. Dent offered no further explanation. With a shallow bow, he turned and walked slowly back toward the village, leaving me alone beneath the darkening tower, where the invisible weight of the unstruck bell still pressed faintly against the air. That night I scarcely slept at all. The 10th bell had rung again, precisely as before, 9 full strokes, then the deliberate pause, and that thin, distant chime following after. But this time it did not end. In the hours that followed, as I lay motionless beneath my thin blanket, the sound persisted, not as full tolls, but as an irregular, quiet sequence, like muted notes struck lightly upon glass or bone. The rhythm was uneven, sometimes pausing altogether for long stretches before resuming with a faint insistence. It was not ringing for time, it was speaking. At times I fancied I could almost detect a pattern in the chiming, a cadence suggestive of speech, though the mind recoiled at the notion. No tongue, I knew, moved with such alien intervals, and yet it held the unmistakable weight of intention. Toward the grey of dawn, when exhaustion overcame my watchfulness, my dreams filled with images of the tower. But it was not as it stood now. Rather, it appeared half sunken into the earth, its foundation exposed like the roots of a great dead tree. Beneath it, shapes turned slowly in chambers of stone, bell shapes but distorted, twisted at odd angles as though struggling upward through layers of time. And always, that faint sound pulsed through the air, not striking but breathing. When I woke, my body ached with a leaden fatigue, though my mind burned with fresh urgency. I could no longer remain passive, nibbling at the edges of this mystery. The church itself would offer no more. The tower had revealed all it would to my waking senses, but if Mr. Dent spoke truly, if there were remains beneath the tower's foundation, then the truth lay deeper still. Later that morning I sought out the mason who kept repair of the village's few crumbling walls. A stooped man named Hadlow, who lived in a cottage near the far end of the hollow. His speech was slow and rough, his hands thick with old lime burns and calluses. But when I broached the matter of the tower's undercroft, his face changed. "There's naught below it," he said at first with a certain practised dismissal. "Solid footing. Always was." "But the foundation stones," I pressed, "were they not laid upon earlier structures? Some older chamber, perhaps?" Hadlow shifted his weight uneasily, his eyes narrowing beneath his brow. "Old workmen said there was summit there years back. When the lightning cracked the east wall, they opened part of the footing, found voids beneath, but not full chambers, settled earth, rubble, as though something had been broken and filled in long ago." "And nothing remains of the older bells?" At this he shook his head, but too quickly. "No bells. Just odd shapes in the rock, left untouched, like the vicar then ordered." He glanced toward the church, his voice lowering. "Best not go digging where old things lie quiet, sir. The 9 were hung to drown what was left. Let 'em do their work." The phrase struck me oddly. "To drown what was left," I echoed. Hadlow's eyes fixed on mine then, hard and steady. "It isn't always the living who call bells, sir." And with that, he ended the conversation. For the remainder of that day I wandered the village with no clear aim, my mind circling the words both Mr. Dent and Hadlow had offered, neither willing to say too much, neither able to say less. As evening approached, I found myself once again drawn to the churchyard, as though the tower itself exerted some quiet pull, indifferent but insistent. The sun had dipped low by the time I reached the lich gate. Shadows stretched long across the graves, their crooked stones leaning like tired sentries against the creeping dusk. The tower rose dark above them, its windows black and blind. The bells within now silent once more. I walked slowly, deliberately, allowing my steps to carry me to the base of the tower, where old foundation stones met uneven earth. The smell was stronger here, that faint metallic tang I had first caught in the belfry, now sharper, as though drawn upward by the cooling air. I crouched, running my fingers along a fissure in the stone footing. The crack was narrow but deep, and from it issued the faintest draught, like breath exhaled from lungs buried far below. It was not my imagination. The ground beneath the tower was not wholly still. A faint vibration trembled beneath my fingers, gentle, almost rhythmic, like the pulse of something not yet fully wakened. I do not know how long I knelt there before the first bell sounded. The stroke came sharp and sudden, ringing through the air with clean authority. My breath caught involuntarily. 1. The second followed, then the third, each falling into place with that familiar measured cadence. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The pause that followed was longer than before, deliberate, pregnant as though the tower itself held breath alongside me. And then it came. The 10th. It struck not from above but from beneath, duller than the others but resonant, as though sounding up through layers of stone and soil, muffled by a weight, but not defeated by it. The very ground beneath my knees seemed to flex in answer, the pulse beneath my palm quickening for a moment with the chime's release. This time the toll did not end. A second strike came, soft, uncertain. Then another. The sequence irregular now, staggering like footsteps learning their own rhythm. The air thickened perceptibly, pressing faintly against my skin. The stones about me seemed subtly out of alignment, as though space itself wavered under strain. I rose unsteadily, my breath coming fast. The air hummed, not with sound alone, but with something like presence. I could feel it in my teeth, my fingertips, the base of my skull. The 10th bell had found its voice, and it was no longer content to toll alone. I staggered back from the foundation, the tremor beneath my feet now faint but constant, like some great slow breath drawn from impossible depths. The irregular tolling continued beneath the ground, a language I couldn't decipher, but felt unmistakably as addressed. The village itself had fallen utterly silent. No wind moved the hedgerows, no dogs barked, no doors creaked. The hollow seemed to hold its own breath, as though fearing to intrude upon what now stirred. Above me the tower stood unchanged, 9 silent bells hanging obedient in their cradles, their polished mouths reflecting the last thin sliver of daylight. And yet I felt sure that whatever rang below was not separate from them. The 9 were not defences. They were accomplices. A strange thought pressed into my mind unbidden. They do not ring against the 10th. They ring to contain it, as though for centuries the rhythm of 9 had not silenced the deeper toll, but rather kept it bound, kept it from completing its full sequence. I do not know whether this was knowledge placed within me, or the wild speculation of a mind fraying at its edges, but I believed it. Another strike echoed from beneath, louder now, less muffled. The vibration in the stones beneath my boots deepened, no longer subtle but insistent, the ground listening as much as it spoke. I looked up then, instinct drawing my gaze. In the belfry above, movement. Not pigeons. A slow, steady turn of shadow, as though something within the tower itself, something unshaped by ordinary form, had begun to stir in sympathetic rhythm to the sounding beneath. The bells above rocked gently, not from wind or human hand, but from the pulse rising through the very bones of the tower. Their ropes quivered, swaying like thin limbs against the dusk. My breath shortened. I was no longer alone. The boundary between the upper bells and the buried toll had begun to dissolve. They were answering each other now, calling across their shared broken ritual. I backed away, stumbling through the crooked headstones, my boots striking stone and soil alike as I fled the churchyard's reach. My heart hammered against my ribs, not merely from fear, but from the weight of something vast unfolding behind me, something neither ancient nor new, but somehow unpaused. And still behind me, through the gathering dark, the 10th bell rang on. The tolling pursued me in my flight, not louder but closer, as though the sound pressed into the very air around me rather than issuing from a single point. My mind struggled to separate direction from vibration. There was no longer a bell tower. There was only the bell. By the time I reached the narrow lane that twisted back toward the village proper, I slowed, not from exhaustion, but from the terrible certainty that distance offered no protection. The hollow itself had grown wrong. The village roofs leaned at unfamiliar angles, shadows pooled where none should have fallen. The moon, pale and thin, rode high above, but its light was insufficient, as though dimmed by some film between it and the world below. I stumbled into the square, half expecting to find others roused, drawn by the unnatural ringing. But the village remained still. Not a lamp burned in any window, no door cracked open. It was as though the entire population had withdrawn into the very stones of their houses, leaving the shell of the village abandoned to the tolling's will. I do not recall making the choice to return to the inn. My feet carried me there of their own accord, as though guided by the simple knowledge that there remained no other sanctuary. The door stood slightly ajar. Within, the innkeeper sat at the small table near the hearth. She did not rise at my entrance nor speak, but her wide, dark eyes fixed upon me with a terrible understanding. "You heard it again," she whispered. It was not a question. I swallowed against the tightness in my throat. It rings still." She nodded, folding her hands tightly upon her lap, her knuckles pale beneath her grip. "It's nearly reached the full pattern," she said softly. "It tries every few generations. Not often, but enough." I stared at her, struggling against the pounding in my head. The full pattern? The 10 were always meant to ring together. Her voice trembled slightly, but her words came steady. Long before the church stood, before even the monks came, when they raised the tower, they thought 9 would hold it back, a holy number to seal the broken one beneath. Her eyes flicked toward the ceiling, as though the bell tower loomed above us even here. But it finds ways to test the pattern, every few decades, when someone listens too long, when someone notices. It needs ears, you see. A faint sob shuddered at the edge of her voice, but she mastered it. "That's why we don't speak of it, why Dent won't climb the tower, why Hadlow won't dig." Outside another toll sounded, low, rich, nearer than it had any right to be. The walls of the inn seemed to breathe with its passage, as though the building itself had become part of its instrument. "It was waiting for you," she whispered, "as it's waited before." I staggered backward a pace, the air thickening once more, my skin prickled, my pulse hammering beneath it. "But what happens when it completes?" I gasped. Her eyes met mine. In them I saw not terror, but a resignation deeper than fear. "No one knows," she said. "It never has." The bell tolled again. I do not remember collapsing into the chair, but I found myself there, sitting across from her as the sound pulsed through the very timbers of the room. It was as though the world outside had narrowed to this single space, these 4 walls afloat in a sea of vibration. The bell struck again, but not in rhythm now. The chimes stumbled over one another as if some hand beneath the ground was growing impatient with the old restraint, striking with uneven force, demanding completion. The innkeeper's voice dropped to little more than breath. "It comes closer each time someone listens. The 9th bell holds it, but not forever. When the pattern completes..." She faltered, unable to speak further. I could feel it too now. Not just the sound, but the pull. It was not a call heard with the ears, but felt within bone and blood, as though the marrow itself resonated with the old, unfinished cycle. The air grew warmer, denser. My breath slowed unbidden, matching the swells of unseen movement outside. It was not terror that gripped me now, but something worse. The strange relief of surrender, a yielding that seemed natural, as though this was not invasion but restoration. The 10th bell struck again, then again, faster. The sound no longer echoed but layered, like being submerged beneath peals that were not distinct strokes but continuous waves of vibration. My chest tightened as though my ribs were themselves becoming the clapper of some great hollow bell. The innkeeper's voice reached me once more, faint but urgent. "Don't follow it!" I turned toward her, my lips numb. I'm not moving." But even as I spoke, I realized that I was. My body had risen from the chair as if guided by unseen strings, my legs carrying me toward the door, my fingers reaching for the latch, my skin prickling with the electric hum now running through every surface of the inn. The bells surged, all 10 now ringing together in a harmony that was not human, a sound ancient, mechanical, alive. Through the warped glass of the window I saw the tower bathed in strange light. Not moonlight nor lantern, but something that seemed to seep from within the stone itself, pulsing amber like old honey unearthed after centuries. Behind the glow, I thought I glimpsed movement, forms shifting in rhythm with the bells, though no human could have stood upright within that narrow tower. The innkeeper's voice broke once more through the rising cacophony, the last clear thing I remember hearing. It only needs you once. And then, the final strike. The 10th bell rang one last time, clear and sharp, neither distant nor near, but everywhere. The sound split something open, not in the air, but in the fabric of the moment itself. The walls of the inn flexed outward and inward, like breath caught mid-draw, and then silence. Complete, absolute, unnatural silence. The 10th bell's final toll cracked through the air, not fading, but hanging there unnaturally long, as though refusing to dissipate into ordinary space. The sound felt layered, not like one bell, but many stacked imperfectly atop one another, creating dissonant waves that shimmered across the surfaces of the village. The pressure in the room receded, but not gently. The weight that had held my chest taut, that had pulled my limbs toward the door, released all at once as though a taut cord had been cut. My knees buckled and I stumbled forward into the table, clutching at its edge to steady myself. The innkeeper let out a breath, a low, shuddering gasp, as though surfacing from some depth. The glow beyond the window was gone. The tower now loomed as it always had, dark, silent, its 9 bells unmoved in their cradles. The 10th, wherever it resided, had gone still again. But something had shifted. I could feel it not as a presence, but as an absence where something should have remained, as though a door had opened and then slammed shut, violently, permanently, but not without letting something pass. The innkeeper remained seated, her face pale but composed. She did not speak. Neither did I. There was nothing useful left to say. The air returned slowly to its familiar damp weight. No further chimes sounded that night, nor the next. I completed my work over the following days in something like a trance, mechanically copying the records I had originally come to examine. The parish ledgers held no reference to what had transpired. No entry waited to be discovered, no old note to explain the tolling beneath. When my commission ended, I departed Windlow Hollow without ceremony. No one saw me off. I have not returned since, and yet even now, as I write this from the safety of distance, I find my thoughts drawn unbidden to that final toll, not because it persists, not because I still hear it, but because I do not, and because the ground beneath Windlow Hollow remains undisturbed, though I know, somewhere far below the tower, the broken bells are still there. And the pattern now closer to complete. There will be another who advances the pattern further in a year or 10. It matters not. Nor does it matter if the pattern needs one more listener who hears the right way, or if it needs 3, they will come. One by one, the old broken bells will escape into the world, our world, and eventually when the 9 bells, not the ones in the tower, the broken bells down in the earth, all toll free, they will form a vanguard. And wait. They will await the final listener who adds the last coda to the pattern, and the 10th bell will enter the world. The Red Marriage of Whit Barrow, by Elowen Greaves, read by Wilbur Friesman Durst. It was in the autumn of 1886 that I paid my visit to Whit Barrow at the invitation of my old acquaintance, Edward Lawton. We had corresponded fitfully for years, mostly on matters of antiquarian trifles, and it was only upon hearing of his recent acquisition of the old vicarage that I resolved to accept his oft-repeated offer of hospitality. The journey down was pleasant enough. The train bore me as far as Shrewsbury, from which a hired trap carried me the remaining distance across a gentle, undulating countryside, thick with hedgerows, low stone walls, and the scattered red and gold of the late turning leaves. I arrived just as the day surrendered itself to that pale amber light which seems to exist solely for October afternoons. The village itself was small, little more than a winding lane lined with slate-roofed cottages, a modest inn, and, rising at its far end, the church of St. Hilary's. Squat, sturdy and crowned with a square tower, its lichen-streaked stones already cooling in the lengthening shadows. Edward was waiting for me at the gate to the vicarage, a tall man whose narrow frame seemed always half folded into itself. His handshake, though firm, betrayed the faint tremor I recalled from our student days. "My dear fellow," he said, ushering me through the gate with a smile that was, I thought, tinged faintly with relief. "You've arrived in excellent time. We've another hour of light before the real chill settles in." The house, set back modestly from the churchyard, was precisely the sort of place that encouraged long evenings of reading, late walks beneath indifferent stars, and, if one were so inclined, a gentle indulgence in speculative thought. Edward had already made it thoroughly his own, the hall crowded with bookcases and cabinets, a small writing desk in every available corner, and the ever-present thin thread of pipe smoke coiling beneath the ceiling beams. We dined simply but well, roast game, a decanter of claret, and afterward a small glass of Edward's rather excellent plum cordial. Our conversation, as was our habit, ambled across a dozen topics. Recent finds in parish libraries, a curious set of Flemish woodcuts he had lately acquired, and the minor scandals of mutual acquaintances now holding posts in various sleepy colleges. It was only quite late, well after the fire had settled into a steady glow, that Edward made his first, brief reference to the church. "You must let me take you over tomorrow," he said lightly, swirling the last of the cordial in his glass. "St. Hilary's is older than it looks. Parts of the chancel go back well before the Normans, though naturally there have been additions." There was, I thought, a faint evasiveness in his tone, as though he approached the topic by habit and not desire. But I let it pass. After all, one does not journey into the country to press one's host on what may amount to nothing more than parochial oddities. The clock chimed softly in the corner. Outside, the wind had risen faintly, stirring the old yew beyond the churchyard wall. We retired not long after, but I confess, as I settled beneath the unfamiliar covers, that my mind lingered on the way Edward's eyes had briefly shifted when first he spoke of the church, and whether his invitation to visit it tomorrow carried a note of obligation, more than enthusiasm. The next morning greeted us with a grey, steady mist that blurred the village into soft contours. The air was neither cold nor warm, but held that peculiar stillness common to old places that have long made peace with neglect. After a modest breakfast, we set out. Edward led the way through the narrow garden gate and along the short path that wound towards St. Hilary's. The church stood solid and unimposing, its weathered stones streaked with a dark tracery of centuries of rain, its narrow windows still showing faint coloured glass beneath protective shutters. As we approached, the details became more curious. I noted small irregularities in the stonework, patches where older blocks jutted slightly beneath later courses, fragments of decorative carving long worn into indistinct whorls. The bell tower was low and square, with only two visible lancet openings, their iron grills deeply set. "It was built in stages, you see," Edward explained, drawing his coat a little tighter. "Bits of late Saxon work, I believe. There's a half-buried arch along the northern side that no one's ever quite explained. The village makes little out of it." We passed through a small lich gate and into the churchyard proper. The gravestones stood thickly clustered, leaning against one another like conspirators. Some bore dates from the last few decades, others had long surrendered their inscriptions to the lichen and frost. As we walked, Edward's manner grew quieter, his usual flow of commentary pausing between longer stretches of silence. We reached the porch, where the heavy oak door stood slightly ajar. Edward pushed it open with some effort, and we stepped into the dim cool of the nave. The air was heavy with that mixture of damp stone and old wood, particular to country churches left largely to themselves. The pews were narrow, their ends carved with plain, rounded finials, and the simple altar stood beneath a faded tapestry, whose original pattern had long since retreated into vague shadow. What caught my eye almost immediately, however, was the register. It rested not in a vestry or clerk's office, but rather in a small wooden case mounted just inside the chancel screen, a curious place for so important a record. Its presence there seemed oddly ceremonial, as though intended for public notice, yet likely viewed by none. Edward followed my gaze, but offered no immediate comment. "The register has been kept here for as long as anyone remembers," he said finally. "It's quite complete. Surprisingly so. Some of the entries go back further than the church's present fittings." His tone was carefully neutral. I detected the faintest shift in his posture, as though the very topic weighed upon him. "May I?" I asked. He nodded once. "Of course." I crossed to the case, and after some mild resistance from the old latch, lifted the cover. The register was older than I expected, a thick volume bound in cracked leather, its vellum leaves discoloured at the edges, but still perfectly legible. The script varied with the hand of each succeeding vicar. Yet the order of the entries remained precise. Births, marriages, deaths, the small scaffolding of village existence. And then, as I turned a later page, my eye caught a marriage entry that seemed, at first glance, unremarkable, until I read the dates, and my breath slowed. The entry was recorded with the same steady hand as those before and after it, in neat black ink that had faded only slightly over the years. The names were plainly written: Simon Elbright, bachelor of this parish, and Eliza Dampier, spinster of the same. The difficulty lay not in their names, but in the dates that accompanied them. Simon Elbright, born 1623. Eliza Dampier, born 1794. The marriage itself recorded solemnly as having taken place on the 14th of May, 1817. I read the entry twice, then a third time, tracing the flowing script with my eye as though repetition might smooth the contradiction. But there it remained, an impossible pairing documented with the same calm precision as every other union on the page. I glanced toward Edward, who stood a few paces behind me, arms folded loosely, his gaze lowered to the flagstones. "You've seen this?" I said quietly. He nodded. "Yes." "And you've made no inquiry?" A faint smile touched the corner of his mouth, more weary than amused. "Inquiries have a way of leading to stories, and stories here are best left uncollected." His tone was not dismissive but cautious, as one might speak of an unstable beam one has grown accustomed to ignoring. I looked back at the register. "There's no explanation. No family legend." Edward inhaled softly. "There are whispers, that's all. A story about the red marriage of Whit Barrow, though most don't call it that aloud. I've found no official record beyond this page and the stones outside." "The graves?" He nodded again. "They're side by side. Would you like to see?" I closed the register carefully and replaced the lid of the case. My pulse had quickened in that peculiar way it sometimes does, not from fear exactly, but from that unsettling thrill one feels when reality allows the impossible to sit openly in its ledger. We stepped back out into the churchyard. The mist had lifted slightly, but still clung in low ribbons between the leaning stones. Edward led the way along a narrow path toward the north wall, where the older markers gathered like silent witnesses. At last he stopped before two weathered slabs, set close together beneath the heavy limb of a yew that bent protectively over them. The first stone, though worn, was still legible. Simon Elbright died 1691, aged 68. The second bore clearer carving, the letters deeper and more regular. Eliza Dampier died 1827, aged 33. The stones stood side by side as though the impossible marriage recorded in the register had carried its impossibility even into death. Edward said nothing, neither did I for the moment. The air was very still. Only the faintest creak of the yew disturbed the quiet, as though it too were listening. At length I spoke, my voice low, as though the stones themselves might overhear. "So then," I said, "it was not a simple clerical error. The entry was written with too careful a hand, nor can we call it a crude hoax, for who would gain from such an absurd fabrication? Whatever the origin, the dates were recorded deliberately." Edward gave a slow nod. "Precisely so. It is not the kind of inconsistency that arises from carelessness. Whoever set it down, whether vicar or clerk, wrote what he believed or what he was made to believe belonged in that register." I knelt to study the stones more closely. The difference in their age was unmistakable. Simon Elbright had been laid to rest nearly a century before Eliza Dampier had even been born, and yet here they stood side by side as though time had folded to allow their union. "There are no descendants?" I asked. "None traced," Edward replied softly, "nor are either of the families particularly remembered here. Elbright's name appears scarcely at all elsewhere, and the Dampiers were a minor branch. Tenant farmers, I believe. The line died out before mid-century." I straightened slowly. "And what of this term you used? The red marriage?" He hesitated. "That part is less tidy." We resumed our walk, slowly circling the churchyard's older stones, the mist still curling in thin veils about us. Edward spoke as we moved, his voice careful, as though recounting something not entirely his own. "There's an older tradition here, one seldom voiced now except by the few who still linger from the oldest families. It concerns marriages improperly sanctified, unions not recognized by the church, nor by law, nor by time itself." He paused, glancing at me. "The term red is said to mark such unions, not for blood, though some suggest darker origins, but for their offence against the proper order. A stain, you see, rather than a wound." I let this settle a moment. "And does the tale end there?" I asked. Edward's brow furrowed faintly. "There are accounts. A few villagers claim to have seen them once or twice, a man and a woman, neither entirely clear, walking together here or near the church porch, but never by day." We stood for a time in the quiet. The mist thickened as the sun weakened behind the clouds. It was, I reflected, a place where stories might survive longer than their tellers, and where time itself might not always remain properly fixed. I let his words hang for a moment longer before speaking again. The faint dampness in the air seemed to press gently against the skin, as though the churchyard itself wished to listen. "Red marriage," I repeated softly. "I'm not sure I entirely understand the meaning of it. It is not a term I've encountered in any of the old ecclesiastical statutes or canon laws." Edward gave a small, tight smile, the kind that carries both discomfort and familiarity with the uncomfortable. "No, I shouldn't think you would," he said, glancing down toward one of the older stones whose face had long surrendered to the creeping lichen. "It isn't a legal term at all. Not in any official sense. It's more of a village phrase, a sort of half-remembered superstition, I suppose." He paused then, considering, as though sorting out which threads of the old tale might safely be drawn forward. "I once heard it described," he continued after a moment, "by an old chap, Mr. Stenton, that was his name. He was something of an amateur historian, though prone to wandering into local fancy when the facts grew thin. I remember he said it over a luncheon at the Shropshire Society years ago while recounting curious anomalies in parish records. Edward glanced sideways at me as we walked, his breath faintly visible now as the temperature dipped. Stenton claimed the term red marriage was sometimes applied to those rare and peculiar unions which the Church, for one reason or another, could not, or would not, legitimize. But not in the way of clandestine marriages or improper bans. Rather, marriages which stood outside of time. Outside of time? I repeated, frowning slightly. Precisely, as though two lives belonging to different centuries or different circumstances entirely had found themselves momentarily drawn together, and the ritual of marriage somehow fixed the connection. A joining not permitted, yet not wholly prevented. The path curved gently as we spoke, bringing us beneath the heavy branches of another great yew whose needles fell in slow, silent descent around us. These weren't ordinary forbidden matches, runaway elopements or the like, Edward went on. They were said to occur rarely, and only at places where the boundary between things grows thin. Churches, naturally, certain graveyards, standing stones, even. And when such a marriage occurred, it left a mark. A red mark, symbolically speaking. A stain upon the record, upon the ground, even upon the memory of the village itself. We paused as a soft wind stirred the mist into shifting veils, momentarily obscuring the far rows of gravestones. It was never quite clear to me whether Stenton believed any of it, Edward added after a moment, his voice quieter now. But he recited the tale with a conviction that suggested others had, or still did. I exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the conversation settle into the cool, damp air. And here in Whit Barrow we have one such mark, I said, glancing back toward the stones. 2 lives, centuries apart, recorded together. The record holds them married, and so too does the earth, it seems. Edward nodded, his expression unreadable. Yes, he said softly. Here, it would seem, we do. The mist thickened then, folding around us with a peculiar intimacy, as though the churchyard had closed its curtain, drawing the two of us inward into its ancient hush. We stood there for some time, neither of us speaking, while the mist crept and curled between the stones like pale fingers threading a loom. The village beyond was muted now, its cottages reduced to vague shapes behind the hedgerows. Even the yew branches above us seemed to hang lower, as though weighted by the hush that had settled over Whit Barrow. At last Edward stirred and turned us gently back toward the vicarage. "Best we not linger much longer," he said in a voice pitched slightly lower, as though out of respect or habit. "The air turns damp quickly here in the evenings." We walked back along the gravel path, our steps sounding oddly dull beneath the mist. I allowed the silence to stretch, giving him room to retreat from the conversation. But as we neared the gate, I ventured one more question. "Do the villagers speak of it still? This marriage?" Edward paused before replying, his hand resting briefly on the cold iron latch of the garden gate. "Rarely," he said at last. "It surfaces now and again, when the mist grows heavy like tonight, or when some child wanders too near the northern wall after dark. But for the most part it's treated like old weather, a thing one knows occurred but finds no use in discussing." We entered the vicarage, its lamp-lit windows glowing faintly against the gathering dusk. The warmth inside pressed pleasantly against my cheeks as my coat was removed. The fire crackled softly in the sitting room, and for a time we occupied ourselves with more trivial conversation. Letters received a minor debate on a point of heraldry, some reflections on a peculiar inscription Edward had uncovered in the parish chest. Yet beneath it all, my thoughts circled the marriage record and those 2 gravestones, paired impossibly in both life and death. Later that evening, as the hours drew long and the wind stirred faintly against the casements, I found myself at the window of my guest chamber, gazing out across the churchyard, The mist had thickened again into a low, rolling sea, and through its soft undulations the dark outline of the church tower rose like the prow of some ancient ship. I watched for some time, eyes growing heavy, and was about to turn away when a movement caught my attention. Near the northern wall, where the two gravestones rested, the mist parted briefly, lifted as though by some passing current, and revealed two faint, indistinct figures standing close beneath the yew. They were still, neither spoke nor gestured. Their forms were uncertain, but clearly distinct, one taller, one slighter, standing almost shoulder to shoulder. The mist closed again over them within a breath, as softly as a hand drawing shut a curtain. I remained at the window long after they had vanished, unsure whether what I had seen was real or the conjuring of tired eyes and suggestible thoughts. But I slept poorly that night, and I did not return to the window again. The following morning, Edward greeted me with his usual measured cordiality. He made no mention of my unsettled appearance, though I suspect he noticed the faint pallor beneath my eyes. We passed the early hours in quiet occupations, a review of his small but respectable collection of ecclesiastical seals, some discussion of regional maps, and a leisurely examination of a peculiar scrap of medieval brass he had recently acquired. Yet the weight of the previous evening's vision pressed steadily at the edges of my mind, refusing to fade into mere fancy. At length, as we took our midday tea near the garden window, I spoke. "Edward," I began, my voice quieter than I intended, "last night I thought I saw them." He did not feign ignorance. He simply waited, allowing me to continue at my own pace. "By the northern wall, two figures beneath the yew. They stood together for a moment, no more than that. Then the mist swallowed them again." Edward exhaled slowly, setting his cup down with care. "You are not the first to say so," he replied after a moment. "Nor, I suspect, shall you be the last." I studied his expression, looking for signs of amusement or skepticism, but found neither. "So it is common?" I asked. "Not common," he said, "but known. There are accounts, small ones, whispered. An occasional traveller, a village boy who dares the churchyard after dark, the odd grave digger in his cups, always two figures, never alone." I let the quiet settle again before speaking. "Do you believe it, Edward?" He gave a thin, sad smile. "I believe the register records their names. I believe the stones mark their rest. And I believe that from time to time something stirs beneath the yew when the mist rises. Whether that is haunting, memory, or some fragment of time itself repeating its trespass, I cannot say." His words were delivered not as evasion, but as the most honest accounting of a man who had lived long enough with a puzzle to understand his own limits. That afternoon, the mist lifted for a brief time, and we ventured out once more into the churchyard. I found my gaze drawn again to those two stones, now appearing almost ordinary beneath the clear sky. But as we lingered there, another curiosity caught my eye, one I had somehow missed before. On the stone belonging to Eliza Dampier, faint but discernible beneath the dates, was a carved motif, a pair of small interlocking rings deeply incised into the weathered surface. Unusual. Marriage stones were not unknown, but seldom were such symbols placed upon the grave of a spinster, especially in a village of such modest means. I gestured to it. "This carving, was it original?" Edward crouched to examine it more closely, his fingers tracing the weathered grooves. "It's difficult to say. The depth suggests it was cut after the initial inscription, perhaps by family, though no family of hers remains." I frowned slightly. "Or by someone else?" Edward rose, brushing the damp from his trousers. His gaze lingered on the stone for a moment longer than necessary. Yes, he said softly, or by someone else. The wind stirred again, and for the briefest instant I thought I heard, not quite carried on it, the faintest impression of voices, as though two people spoke softly just beyond the reach of my hearing. But when I turned my head, there was only Edward beside me and the quiet stones watching in their patient ranks. The remainder of the day unfolded without further disturbance, but the air within the house seemed subtly altered, as though some curtain had been drawn back and left ajar. I felt, not for the first time in my life, though rarely with such clarity, that peculiar tension between the ordinary and the unseen, where the world insists upon its familiar routines while something deeper pulses beneath its surface. As evening approached, Edward proposed we sit by the fire rather than retire to our separate reading. I sensed that he, too, was reluctant to leave the subject untouched now that it had been spoken aloud between us. "The thing that troubles me most," I ventured after a long silence, "is not so much their appearances, nor even the impossibility of the dates, but the implication that the ceremony was real." Edward nodded thoughtfully, stirring the logs with the brass poker. "Yes," he said, "the record holds the marriage as fact. The names, the place, even the witness marks are properly recorded. And yet," I leaned forward slightly, lowering my voice, "if one of them had been long dead by the time of the other's birth, then who stood beside whom that day, and who conducted the service?" Edward let out a quiet breath, as though he had carried the same thought often but rarely spoken it. "There is an older fragment of the tale," he said, eyes fixed upon the slow curling of smoke into the flue. "Not often repeated, but it lingers among the oldest families. The suggestion that—" Here he paused, choosing his words carefully. "Certain ceremonies may be performed without full consent of the Church, that the forms of marriage can be mimicked where authority is absent, even where time is disjointed." I felt a faint chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "By whom?" I asked. Edward gave a small, helpless shrug. "By whom, or by what, I cannot say." We fell into silence again. The clock chimed 9, and the fire settled lower. It was then, as the room dimmed, that a sound reached us, soft, distant, but distinct. The slow, deliberate creak of the church's porch door carried faintly across the evening air. Edward's head turned slightly toward the window, but he made no move to rise. "It does that sometimes," he said quietly, "on nights like this." I stared into the fire a moment longer. "And no one is ever seen?" I asked. "No one proper." He offered no further explanation, and I did not press him. But I noticed that before we retired for the night, Edward locked the front door with a firmness that suggested a gesture of habit, not precaution. And again that night, as I lay awake longer than I cared to admit, I thought I heard faint footsteps upon the church path, two sets moving together, neither hurried nor hesitant. But when I dared rise and look, the mist had returned, and the windows showed only its soft, unbroken drift. The days that followed fell into a curious rhythm. We spoke little of the matter directly, but it hung between us like a painting draped in cloth, its presence undeniable even in concealment. Each morning brought the same grey dampness rolling in off the hills, and each afternoon we would take some small walk. Through the village lanes, along the hedgerows, or once even as far as the ruins of an old priory 3 miles distant. The land seemed to encourage such wandering, its quiet folds and low mists lending themselves to reflective conversation and long silences. And yet, even as we busied ourselves with such pastoral diversions, I became increasingly aware that my thoughts always circled back toward St. Hilary's, as though something there exerted a slow gravitational pull upon my mind. It was during one of these walks, as we returned from the far side of the village, that Edward finally spoke again of the red marriage. "There is one detail I've never resolved to my satisfaction," he said, as we approached the vicarage gate. His voice was low, as if inviting discretion even out here beneath the open sky. "What is that?" I asked. "The matter of the officiant." I stopped beside him. "You mean who performed the ceremony recorded in the register?" He nodded. "Every marriage entered there bears the name of the vicar presiding, all except that one." I frowned. "There is no name recorded?" "None," Edward said softly. "Only the date and the witness marks. The column for the officiant is left conspicuously blank, as though—" He hesitated, as though no one wished to claim it. The chill I felt then was not merely of the wind. The thought of such an omission, deliberate, precise, struck me as far more unsettling than any careless error might have been. That evening, unable to content myself with speculation alone, I requested that Edward permit me to examine the register once more. He consented readily, as though half expecting my request, and we returned together to St. Hilary's as dusk began its slow descent. The interior of the church seemed darker than before, the failing light barely filtering through the narrow panes. The great oak door groaned softly as we entered, and our steps echoed hollowly along the worn flagstones. We lit no lamps, but instead worked by the last of the natural light. The register lay where we had left it, undisturbed beneath its wooden case. I lifted the cover gently, the aged leather cool beneath my fingers, and turned to the page in question. The entry was as I remembered it: Simon Elbright, bachelor of this parish, and Eliza Dampier, spinster of the same. Married the 14th of May, 1817. 2 witness marks, simple crosses, followed. But beneath the heading for officiant, the space remained blank, a silent omission more eloquent than any ink. I traced my finger lightly beneath the empty line, and for a moment felt absurdly as though some cold breath stirred faintly against my skin from beneath the page. Behind me, Edward stood silent. The church was very still, and then, quite softly, there came a sound that did not belong to us. From the far end of the nave, near the chancel steps, there issued the faintest whisper, a murmur so low that I could not make out words, only the cadence of quiet voices, speaking together. 2 voices, one lower, one lighter, rising and falling in gentle counterpoint as though rehearsing vows not yet or perhaps long since spoken. The whispering continued for several breaths, soft, regular, entirely self-contained. There was no urgency in it, no malice, but rather the uncanny intimacy of speech not meant for any third ear. Edward stood very still behind me, his breathing measured. Neither of us spoke, as though the slightest sound might rupture whatever fragile surface separated us from what moved beneath. Gradually, the voices faded, not with any abrupt cessation, but like the dwindling of wind through distant branches, until there was only the hush of the old stone once again. I closed the register gently, my fingers lingering for a moment on the worn leather as though to reassure myself of its ordinary substance. The church held its breath around us. At last Edward spoke, his voice no more than a whisper. "They return to the moment that never fully was." I turned toward him, my own voice similarly hushed. "How long has this occurred?" He exhaled, eyes fixed upon the dim chancel. "Always, I think. Or at least as long as anyone here remembers to speak of it." "And none have tried to—" I paused, uncertain even how to complete the thought. "To intervene? To lay it to rest?" Edward's mouth turned faintly downward. "How does one lay to rest what never properly happened? They are not restless in the usual sense. They are not seeking release, they are simply continuing. We stood there in the gathering gloom, the failing light painting the stone with slow, uncertain strokes. Finally, Edward turned and led the way back toward the door. The hinges groaned softly as we passed into the encroaching dusk. As we stepped outside, the mist was rising again, coiling low along the earth like pale smoke. The gravestones nearest the church wall were half submerged in it, their tops emerging like old teeth from an ancient jaw. And there, beneath the northern yew, I glimpsed once more, just for an instant, the faint outline of two figures. They stood close together, facing one another, their outlines indistinct in the thickening vapor. The taller figure's head inclined slightly, as though speaking words I could not hear. The smaller shape stood still, receiving whatever was offered. Then the mist folded around them, and they were gone. Edward did not pause as he walked, but I noticed his pace had quickened ever so slightly. That night, as I lay awake in the guest chamber, the wind stirred softly against the leaded windows, carrying with it the faintest, most fragile impression, whether real or conjured I cannot say, of voices once more rehearsing their impossible vows, somewhere beyond the reach of time, yet still within earshot of Whit Barrow. The following day passed under a heavy ceiling of cloud. The mist, though thinner, never quite lifted, and the village seemed to shrink inward beneath its weight, as if reluctant to show too much of itself. Even the usual quiet bustle of the few shops and cottages seemed more subdued. Edward and I busied ourselves indoors with our books and trifles, but I could not shake the impression that the house itself was listening, sharing in the reserve that hung so palpably over the churchyard beyond. At luncheon, I found myself circling once more toward the lingering question. "Edward," I began, "have you ever come across any suggestion, any hint at all, as to why these two? Why Simon Elbright and Eliza Dampier, separated as they were by generations?" Edward looked thoughtful, folding his hands before him on the linen cloth. "Very little survives that might clarify it," he said. "Elbright appears briefly in a few of the parish accounts, land records mostly, but nothing remarkable. A modest yeoman family, likely long settled here before the Restoration. And the Dampiers? Even less. Tenant farmers, for the most part. The branch that produced Eliza seems to have arrived from Somerset some generations later. The families never overlapped. By all natural reckonings, they should never have met." I sipped my tea, letting the thought take its shape. Unless something, some force, contrived that they should. Edward did not immediately reply. Instead, he rose from his chair and crossed to a narrow cabinet near the window, unlocking it with a small brass key. From within, he withdrew a thin bundle of papers tied neatly with faded ribbon. "These," he said, returning to the table, "are fragments. Nothing official. Letters, scraps of notes, small items that came with the house." He untied the bundle with care and selected a single sheet of thick, yellowed paper. "Listen to this," he said softly, and began to read. "The girl has taken again to wandering the churchyard by dusk. I have spoken gently, but she insists she feels him near. I know not how she means it, but she speaks of his name, as though it belongs still in her present. The vicar advises patience, but I fear this cannot continue." Edward set the page gently upon the table between us. "The date?" I asked. 1816, the year before the marriage entry." We stared at the words in silence. The handwriting was delicate, a feminine hand, but unsigned. "She believed she knew him," I said at last, "though he belonged to another century." Edward gave a single quiet nod, or was made to believe it. The room darkened slightly as another drift of mist passed across the window, blurring the world outside into vague contours once more, and I could not help but wonder if two souls long separated by time were ever drawn together by some breach in the order of things. Whether the act of union itself might not leave behind more than simply memory. Whether it might leave an echo, one that, even now, had not fully ceased to speak. The hours after that conversation unfolded in an uneasy quiet, as though both of us were reluctant to tread further upon ground that had grown steadily more uncertain. There is a point, I find, when the accumulation of small impossibilities leaves one neither skeptical nor credulous, but suspended somewhere between, a liminal space, not unlike the mist itself, where definition becomes unsteady. As evening approached, Edward proposed a final walk before nightfall, more, I suspect, to soothe the tension than out of any desire for fresh air. The path we chose circled the far edge of the village, skirting the boundary of the old churchyard, but not entering it. The mist hung low across the fields, gathering in hollows and folds, while the silhouettes of distant trees wavered like figures unsure of their own positions. For a time we spoke of indifferent matters. The harvest, a recent publication from Cambridge on Roman tile stamps, the minor peculiarities of village governance. But inevitably the conversation drew back toward the shadow beneath which we had lived these past days. "There is one question I cannot help but return to," I said quietly, watching the last light pale along the horizon. Edward glanced toward me, waiting. "Why a marriage? Of all the forms such a rupture in time might take, why that particular joining? It suggests not accident, but design." Edward exhaled, his breath curling faintly in the chill. "There are some," he said carefully, "who would argue that certain rites, certain sacramental forms, carry with them a weight of their own, irrespective of sanction, that where proper boundaries are frayed, the form itself may operate as a kind of binding." "A binding?" He nodded once. "Two lives improperly aligned may yet find anchorage through such a rite, even when no officiant stands present, and once enacted, even outside the lawful calendar of years, it leaves its mark." I pondered this as we walked. The idea, absurd as it might sound in polite circles, carried with it a strange internal logic, that time, like earth, might shift under pressure, and that certain actions might fix those shifts into place, leaving a scar neither entirely visible nor entirely concealed. As the last light faded, we found ourselves drawing once more near to St. Hilary's, its square tower now rising like a darker block against the thinning sky. And then, for the first time in full clarity, I saw them. Beneath the northern yew, standing precisely where their stones lay, the figures stood together once more. But unlike before, when they had appeared as pale outlines, now they resolved themselves with greater substance. The man, tall, broad-shouldered, his garments unfamiliar to this century, held the hand of the woman who was younger, slighter, her dress of a later, more recent cut. They stood close, their heads inclined toward one another, their faces blurred but distinguishable as human features rather than mere shape. What struck me most was not their presence, but their stillness. They did not drift or shimmer like phantoms in a child's tale. They simply stood, as any two living persons might, locked in some private exchange beneath the yew's black boughs. Neither Edward nor I spoke. I felt him beside me, rigid, breathing slowly through parted lips. The figures remained only for a few heartbeats more, Then, with a slow and almost ceremonial grace, the man turned his head toward us, though whether in acknowledgment or indifference I cannot say. The woman remained facing him. And as the mist once again gathered itself, they were gone. Completely gone. We stood for several moments longer, neither willing to be the first to move. At last, Edward whispered as much to himself as to me, "They return to the moment that never was and can never fully be undone." And though we returned to the house that night and spoke no further of it, I believe we both knew, as certainly as we knew the solidity of the ground beneath our feet, that the red marriage of Whit Barrow endures still, quietly rehearsing itself in the folds of mist where time loses its grip. The remainder of my stay passed in an uneasy calm, though no further manifestations occurred, at least none that presented themselves to the waking eye. Yet the sense of something incomplete, some unresolved loop of time and intent, clung faintly to every hour I spent in Whit Barrow. Edward and I reverted outwardly to our old rhythms. We spoke of trifles, of books and weather and small antiquarian absurdities, as though by adhering to these familiar pursuits we might seal the experience safely behind us. But we both understood, I think, that it was not so easily dismissed. On the final morning of my visit, as the trap stood waiting in the lane to carry me to the station, Edward accompanied me as far as the churchyard gate. The sky was thinly overcast, and the stones stood quietly in their familiar ranks, untouched by any sign of the previous unease. We stood there for a moment, neither of us quite willing to part without addressing what lay between us. At last I said, "You intend to remain?" Edward smiled faintly, though his gaze drifted toward the church tower. "Yes, I've grown used to its company in a way." I followed his glance toward the northern yew, where the two old gravestones stood beneath its dark branches. They looked small now, ordinary, untroubled. "They are not dangerous to you, then?" I asked. He shook his head slowly. "No, I don't believe they mean harm. They are not like others." I knew what he meant, though neither of us cared to speak of it more plainly. "They simply remain," he continued softly, "bound together by some ritual neither sanctioned nor fully forbidden. Whether it was summoned by longing, by accident, or by something older, I cannot say. But here they are." We stood in silence for a moment longer. Then Edward extended his hand. "Come again, when you like," he said with quiet warmth. "The place is much the same. Mist, stones, and their peculiar inhabitants." I took his hand and held it firmly. "I shall." The trap creaked as I climbed aboard, and the driver flicked the reins. The lane bent gently away from the churchyard, and as we made our way toward the village edge, I allowed myself one final glance back. The yew stood motionless, its long branches drooping toward the earth. The gravestones beneath it were already fading into the veil of morning mist. And though I saw no figures there, I could not shake the quiet certainty that, in some thin fold of the air, where years blur and boundaries fray, they stood together still, endlessly joined in that impossible hour which neither truly possessed. The Labours of Pevensey House, by Elowen Greaves. Read by Wilbur Friesman Durst. The coach made slow work of the final mile, its wheels protesting as they dipped into every rut of the unkept country lane. The hedgerows had narrowed oppressively, closing like hesitant hands around the narrow path, and the late autumn sky had sunk into a dull pewter above them. "It isn't much further now, I believe," said the gentleman seated opposite me. His voice was mild, but his eyes flicked toward the narrowing branches overhead with faint discomfort. "You are come to oversee the works, then?" I nodded. "Yes. Pevensey House is to be spared the full indignity of demolition, though only narrowly." The man gave a small, sympathetic smile. They had nearly pulled it down last winter, I heard. It's fortunate the society intervened. It is, I replied, adjusting my spectacles and glancing out the window at the fields blurring past. There are too few such structures remaining from its period. I would not have left my post at Cambridge for many things, but this seemed a worthier occupation than further quarrelling over dating inscriptions. He chuckled softly. Quite right, sir. Theoretical antiquities can only occupy a man so long. Far better to lay hands upon the thing itself. The coach lurched again as we crested a rise, and for a moment Pevensey House came into view, a pale shape crouched low upon the far slope, its many chimneys pricking the dim sky like rusted needles. The house did not sprawl, as some great country homes do. Instead, it pressed inward upon itself, the angles sharp, the additions of later centuries tangled together like ivy choking a tree too long left untended. "You'll find it changed little since its ceiling," my companion remarked, following my gaze. "Even the locals scarcely approach it." "Superstition, I imagine," I said, though my tone was lighter than my growing sense of unease. He gave no answer. The remainder of the ride passed in silence. At last, the coachman drew us to a halt before the front portico, where moss-furred stones bordered the drive and ivy clutched the house's pale facade like skeletal fingers. The windows reflected nothing of the low sky. As I stepped down from the coach, the first breath of the house reached me, dry, faintly sour, like books left too long beneath damp canvas. Pevensey House had been waiting. The steward met me beneath the portico, a tall, angular man whose name I recalled from the letters, Mr. Falcom. His coat was neatly pressed, though its cut was of an earlier decade, and his gloves bore the polished smoothness of long use. "Mr. Ellicott," he greeted with a faint nod. "Welcome to Pevensey House." "Mr. Falcom," I returned, offering my hand, which he accepted briefly and without enthusiasm. "I trust all is prepared for the initial survey." "As well as it can be, sir," he said. "We have done what clearing was necessary to make the principal rooms accessible. Certain wings remain sealed pending your instruction. The structural assessors are due in 3 days. Until then, you will have privacy for your examinations." "Excellent," I replied, though I could not help but glance toward the great oaken doors, their surfaces warped subtly inward as though reluctant to allow us entry. He noted my gaze but said nothing. Inside, the air thickened immediately, cool and unmoving. The entrance hall was wide but oddly compressed by heavy paneling and a ceiling that seemed too low for the breadth of the chamber. Dust softened every edge, dulling the sharp corners of the dark wood, and leaving faint trails where recent passage had disturbed the film. Faded portraits lined the walls, their subjects peering down with the dull-eyed vacancy that old varnish lends to old faces. I followed Falcom along the corridor, our footsteps muted against ancient flagstones. "The house has seen little human presence these last 2 decades, he remarked quietly. "The previous owners departed abruptly after certain difficulties. The property passed through several hands before the society secured it." "Difficulties?" I prompted. Falcom's lips pressed together for a moment. "The official record cites inheritance disputes. There were also, less formal, accounts of disturbances, odd noises, unpleasant dreams, the usual village stories." He spoke with studied indifference, but there was a stiffness to his tone that suggested the matter was not entirely distant to him. We passed through a drawing-room where sheets still draped the remaining furniture like slumped, uneasy figures. Beyond it, a narrower hall led to the central stair, a broad, curving ascent that disappeared into the shadowed upper stories. "The older portions of the house lie above," Falcom said. "The rear wings were added in the last century. Those you may find less interesting." We paused before a set of heavy double doors. Falcom produced a ring of keys from his coat, selected one without hesitation, and turned it smoothly in the lock. The door groaned inward, revealing a long gallery dimly lit by narrow, high windows, their panes clouded with age. Cabinets lined one wall, glass-fronted, many of them still covered with tattered linen. "This was the family's private collection," Falcom said. "Some of the items have been removed, but much remains untouched. You'll find your work well begun here, sir." I stepped inside. The air was colder here, carrying a faint metallic tang beneath the expected must of paper and polish. Falcom lingered in the doorway as though reluctant to cross the threshold. "I shall leave you to your inspection," he said softly. "You know where to find me, should you require assistance." And with a slight bow he withdrew, his footfalls fading along the hall. I was alone with the house. The hush of the gallery settled thickly around me, its stillness broken only by the faint creak of the settling timbers above. I moved slowly along the cases, drawing back the coverings one by one. Beneath them lay a scattered assembly of objects, small carved figures, fragments of pottery, bundles of discolored papers, and curiosities of uncertain provenance. Some were properly catalogued, bearing the neat hand of past inventories. Others were unmarked, left resting in their glass prisons as though awaiting judgment that never came. A peculiar unease threaded through the room, not overt, but steady as though the space were watchful. At one cabinet, my fingers hesitated over a particularly narrow drawer. Sliding it open revealed a bundle of yellowed vellum tied with faded green ribbon. The handwriting was fine but hurried, the ink browned to near transparency. An account of certain labours undertaken at the house the year of our Lord 1721. The pages that followed were written in a hand increasingly unsteady, records of repairs, of sections of the house opened and then closed again, of interventions made at the instruction of unnamed benefactors. One phrase recurred with unsettling regularity: "to relieve the strain that gathers." I frowned. The language was imprecise, oddly abstract for what ought to have been a builder's record. Strain of what nature? The walls, the foundations, or something less physical? A sudden chill whispered along my spine as a draught brushed the back of my neck, though the gallery's windows remained tightly latched. I looked up. At the far end of the gallery, one of the linen coverings had slipped partially from its cabinet, exposing the upper edge of a tall panel. The fabric quivered faintly, though no breeze was felt. Crossing the length of the room, I grasped the fabric and pulled it fully aside. Behind the glass stood a wooden relief panel, taller than myself, its surface carved in extraordinary detail. The scene it depicted was unlike any familiar biblical or classical motif. Figures writhed within cramped architectural spaces, their bodies twisted unnaturally, their arms burdened with implements whose purpose I could not immediately discern, wheels, yokes, great capstans turned by teams of straining men and beasts alike. Their faces were neither screaming nor at peace, but locked in some strange tension, expressions not of torment but of unbearable endurance. Above them, strange arc-like patterns crossed one another in ways that defied easy geometry. Beneath the tableau ran a simple inscription: "Laborat donec laxetur." I whispered the translation aloud. "He labors until it is released." A soft sound stirred behind me, the faintest shuffle of movement. I turned sharply, but the galleries stood empty. Only the house remained, and its waiting. The sound had come from somewhere beyond the gallery, from one of the passageways that branched off into the deeper portions of the house. I stood still for a moment listening. The hush returned thick and absolute. Only the steady tick of my pocket watch assured me that time continued to move forward. I shook off the chill that clung to my thoughts and forced myself back to the panel, studying its surface anew. The craftsmanship was masterful, but the design gnawed at my sense of proportion. The angles of the machines, the placement of the beams and wheels seemed deliberately impossible, as though they followed some rule foreign to our geometry. And the figures, though human in form, possessed no clear identity. Their faces were individualized but vacant, not anonymous but emptied, as if the labor itself had drawn all character from them. This was not simply a depiction of toil, it was a representation of a task without end, one carried out not for any earthly reward, but to maintain some delicate balance whose nature the carver had not dared, or had not been permitted, to record directly. The phrase beneath the panel circled through my mind again, until it is released. Released from what? From labor, or from its burden? And what would follow such a release? As I traced the fine carving with my gloved fingertips, a low, muffled creak sounded once more, this time unmistakably from the floorboards at the far end of the gallery. I turned, my eyes narrowing into the dimmer portion of the hall. The doorway there stood open a fraction, only a crack wide, but where earlier it had surely been closed. I could see nothing beyond it but a narrow stripe of darkness. I waited, but no further sound emerged. At last, I crossed the gallery, my footsteps deliberate, my heart thudding with a restrained unease I could not wholly dismiss. The door itself was of heavy oak, warped slightly on its hinges. The faint smell of damp plaster and cold stone drifted from the gap. I pushed it open slowly. Beyond lay a narrow stair spiraling downwards, cut sharply into the house's foundations. The stone steps were older than those I had seen elsewhere, older even than the panel's carvings, if my instincts were correct. They descended at a steep angle into darkness, unlit and close. I had been assured that only the upper portions of Pevensey were accessible. Yet here was a portion the stewards had not mentioned, and it waited now, open before me. I hesitated at the threshold. The draught rising from below was cold and dry, touched faintly with the smell of stone long sealed from air. There was no immediate sense of danger, no wild chill or forbidding moan, but rather something quieter, more unsettling, the unmistakable sense that this stair was not intended for visitors. No lamp hung near, and my bull's-eye pocket lantern was still packed among my effects. But after a moment's deliberation, I withdrew a small wax vesta from my coat and struck it to life. The flame burned small and uncertain in the heavy air, but gave enough light to glimpse the first few feet of descent. The walls were stone, laid with an uneven hand, their surfaces pitted and veined with old moisture marks. The stair wound tightly, far narrower than any servant's access or cellar descent had reason to be. I descended carefully, one hand trailing along the cool, rough wall to steady myself as I moved. The steps turned tightly, closing me off from the light above within moments. The flame flickered nervously at each faint shift of air, casting broken shadows that moved like thin arms along the stone. The farther I went, the more I became aware of a distant sound, so faint at first that I mistook it for the beat of my own pulse. A dull, rhythmic knocking far below, too steady for dripping water, too regular for the idle creaks of old timbers. The stair opened at last into a low chamber, its walls sloping inward like the inside of some great inverted bowl. The room was larger than I had expected, some 15 feet across, and remarkably free of debris or collapse. At its center stood a curious arrangement of wooden beams and metal braces, blackened with age, but intact. Chains of heavy iron stretched between the beams, affixed to great weights sunk partly into the stone floor. The whole construction resembled some hybrid of well mechanism and yoke, but for no purpose I could immediately identify. Beneath my feet, the rhythmic knock continued. Not within the walls, but through the floor itself, pulsing upward with a steady insistence. It was not violent, not loud, but it was purposeful, measured. And as I circled slowly around the mechanism, I caught sight of carvings faintly etched into the stone bordering its base. They matched the style of the panel upstairs, those same strange figures straining at wheels, bearing burdens, their faces turned toward an unseen weight. Beneath the carvings ran another inscription, harder to read for the wear of time. Retenetur donec solvantur. I whispered the words aloud. It is restrained until they are freed. The knock sounded again beneath my feet, not echoing, but answering. The knock pulsed again beneath the stone, deliberate even. I could feel its rhythm through the soles of my boots, as though something far below labored still, its exertion rising faintly into the hollow chamber above. I crouched, holding a newly struck vesta close to the carvings. The flame trembled, its smoke curling upward into the stagnant air. The figures depicted in the stone seemed to writhe subtly in the shifting light. Not from any trick of carving, but from the irregular breath of my flame casting uneasy motion upon their strained postures. The mechanism at the chamber's center dominated my thoughts. Its design defied any simple classification. Not a press, nor a hoist, nor any device for drawing water or raising stone. The beams were too angular, the weights suspended at too many cross directions, as though designed not to perform work, but to oppose something. As if it braced against a strain rising from below. The labor was not being done above. The labor was contained. The knocking ceased abruptly, leaving a silence that rang louder than the sound itself had. A cool breath of air moved faintly through the chamber then, though from where I could not determine. I straightened slowly, the hairs along my forearms lifting against my better sense. A low, scraping sound echoed distantly down the stair behind me, no louder than a dragged boot across stone. I turned sharply, lifting the vesta match high toward the dark of the ascending stair. Nothing, no movement, met my gaze. But as the flame guttered, I caught a glimpse of something on the lower steps that I had not noticed upon entering. Small indentations warned faintly into the stone, as though many burdens had been hauled downward over countless years. Not footprints, not human, grooves, channels worn not by feet but by chains drawn endlessly across stone. And then the match expired between my fingers, leaving me in a dense, palpable darkness. I stood very still. The knocking resumed, but now higher, closer, no longer beneath my boots, but within the very air of the chamber itself, soft, patient, inevitable. For several long seconds I dared not move. The knocking continued, calm and unhurried, as if marking my breath, as if matching the slow thrum of my heartbeat. It was not threatening. It was simply there, indifferent to my presence, but entirely aware of it. When I at last gathered the nerve to strike another match, the sudden flare of light felt almost blinding after the depth of the dark. The chamber appeared unchanged. The beams still held their tension, the chains stretched, the carved figures frozen in their unending labor. Yet the sense of containment, of something beneath the surface, pressing upward, had sharpened. I circled the device again, noting small details that had escaped me before. Faint wear upon the iron rings, old scratches along the stone where something heavy had shifted, perhaps centuries before. This was not a mechanism abandoned incomplete. It had been maintained, adjusted, corrected. The generations who had lived above had not merely forgotten this chamber. They had served it. As I studied the chains, my eyes were drawn to a narrow seam running along the perimeter of the floor, almost imperceptible but continuous. The central stone disc was not fixed. It was a lid. Whatever strained beneath laboured still, its confinement precariously maintained by the weights and counterweights rigged above. The purpose of the labours was becoming horribly clear. I whispered the phrase from the panel upstairs. Laborat donec laxatur. He labours until it is released. And from the inscription here, it is restrained until they are freed. It was not he who was restrained. It was they. I do not know how long I stood frozen before the mechanism, long enough that the match burned low and singed my fingers, forcing me to drop it. The moment the flame died, the knocking ceased. The silence that followed was different than before. Not waiting, not withholding. Finished. Some subtle pressure in the air, not loud, not even physical, shifted as if some unknown calculation had just balanced. I turned toward the stair, knowing instinctively that to remain was to risk something I did not fully comprehend. But before I reached the first step, the scraping sound returned above me. This time, it was not distant. There was movement descending toward me. I froze. The sound of descent was unmistakable now, soft, deliberate steps pressing against the stone above, descending the spiral one careful pace at a time, not hurried, not clumsy, patient. The narrowness of the stair offered no refuge. Whatever came would soon fill the passage. For an instant I considered extinguishing my remaining matches and surrendering to darkness, hoping that sightlessness might grant invisibility. But some instinct warned me that to hide would be meaningless. I was not unknown to this place. I struck another match, the flare snapping into being with a sharp hiss, its glow threw the stone passage ahead into brief relief. The steps continued their approach. And then, as the flame steadied, a figure appeared at the curve of the stair above, half-lit, its outline sharp and wrong in the flickering glow. It was human in shape, or had been. Its limbs were elongated slightly, its posture stooped beneath the low arch, as though it had grown accustomed to passageways narrower than any meant for a man. Draped loosely in remnants of fabric so ancient that its color could no longer be named, the figure moved with unsettling smoothness, its feet placing themselves silently upon the worn stone. Around its shoulders hung lengths of chain, not wrapped but trailing lightly behind it, their motion perfectly synchronized to its steps, as though the weight of them was neither burdensome nor accidental. Its face was veiled, not by cloth but by something akin to a thin mask, smooth and featureless except for faint, shallow grooves that curved downward like forgotten script. Where eyes should have been, only pale indentations caught the glow of my flame. The knocking, I now understood, had not come from the floor, but rather it had come from them. This was one of the labourers, neither fully alive nor fully dead, but bound to the task carved in the panel above, tasked not to break free, but to maintain the restraint, to sustain whatever lay beneath. The figure paused as my match guttered, tilting its head slightly in acknowledgment of my presence, but it neither advanced nor withdrew. It had not come for me. It had come for the mechanism. As the flame faltered once more, I took the moment granted to turn and retreat. My ascent was hurried, but not panicked. I sensed that running would serve no purpose. The labourers had no quarrel with me so long as I interfered with nothing. Behind me I heard the faint rasp of chain sliding across stone, followed by the slow, deliberate creak of the great weights adjusting. The labour continued. The restraint remained. And I, unchallenged, was permitted to leave. When at last I emerged into the gallery, the air struck me with unnatural warmth, as though I had risen from a deep cellar into the breath of spring. My chest heaved involuntarily, though I had not realized I'd been holding my breath. The house was silent, not in that dreadful, expectant way of the lower chamber, but in the simple quiet of long abandonment. The faint ticking of my pocket watch, now resumed, sounded almost cheerful. I paused before the wooden relief once more. In the matchlight, its intricate carving seemed somehow softer now, its impossible wheels and twisted figures less straining, more resigned, as if their labours had, for the moment, returned to balance. The phrase beneath, "He labours until it is released," struck me now with sharper meaning. It was not a warning of something to come, but a statement of what always is. Pevensey House did not imprison some forgotten evil waiting to be unleashed. It was a machine, a mechanism of balance. The labourers, whether flesh or shade, were its maintenance. Their endless work preserved the house, the land, perhaps more than that. I do not flatter myself that I comprehended fully what I witnessed. The structures of that place, both visible and hidden, followed principles I could scarcely sketch, much less explain. But I knew enough to understand that interference, however well-intentioned, would be catastrophic. When I returned to the main hall, I found Mr. Falcom waiting, his expression unchanged, as though he had been standing there for some time. "You found the collection satisfactory, sir?" he asked softly. "It is instructive," I said, my voice more hoarse than I expected. He nodded faintly. "There is little need to extend your stay further, if I may say. The Society has what it requires for its records. The remainder should stay undisturbed." I held his gaze for a long moment. There was nothing of menace in his tone, only the quiet assurance of a man performing duties long inherited. "Yes," I agreed. "The house is best left to its labours."
The Toll-Keeper's Debt by Elowen Greaves, read by Elspeth Sauer. On the 4th day of her journey, just beyond a crooked turn in the Old Ridge Road, Miss Hale found the bridge closed. She had left her hired trap some miles behind, opting to walk the remainder of the way to her cousin's estate. The autumn weather was crisp and dry, and she was in no hurry. The countryside, still remote in parts of Gloucestershire, suited her current state of mind. But this delay was unexpected. The bridge, such as it was, arched low over a narrow stream choked with reeds and dark water. 2 stone posts marked its entrance, green with lichen and deeply scored, perhaps by rains or wheels over generations. A crude iron gate had been chained across the way. There was no sign, no note of repair or caution. Miss Hale paused. The footpath leading down to the riverbank appeared to rejoin the road on the far side, a muddy arc of earth under the bridge itself. It did not look impassable. She had nearly stepped onto the downward slope when she saw the figure. He stood some distance beyond the bridge, in the hollow between 2 low hills, just where the road resumed. He was tall, or at least gave that impression, with a heavy coat that hung to the knee, and what looked like an oilskin cap pulled low over his brow. At first, she thought him merely a traveller, but he did not move. His posture was too still, neither expectant nor idle, but fixed. Miss Hale hesitated. The man made no gesture, no call. He did not turn away. And then the oddest detail impressed itself upon her. He held one hand out, palm upward, as though waiting for something to be placed in it. The gesture was unmistakable, and yet oddly formal, neither beckoning nor threatening, simply expectant. The hand, pale against the darker fabric of his coat, remained suspended at chest height, as though caught in some ceremonial moment left unfinished. Miss Hale stood for a long breath, uncertain. The air had grown curiously still. The usual rustle of leaves dampened, even though the trees lining the road swayed gently in a faint breeze. It was not fear that stayed her, but a kind of instinctive caution. The man's posture held the quality of something rehearsed, as though he were not waiting for her specifically, but rather for anyone, or everyone, who might pass. After another moment, she chose the simplest path. "I've no coin for toll," she called, lifting her voice across the short distance. The man made no reply, nor did his posture shift. The hand remained extended. Miss Hale felt a slight chill rise along the nape of her neck. The road was empty behind her for miles. The hour had drawn later than she realised. She was alone on the ridge. Deciding that this delay need not become an impasse, she withdrew a small silver sixpence from her reticule, a coin meant for incidental gratuities on her arrival. She stepped forward slowly, mindful of the soft, uncertain ground near the stream's edge, and crossed the narrow footpath beneath the bridge's arch. The water murmured faintly below, though its voice was strangely muted. Reaching the far side, she approached within a dozen paces of the waiting figure. The man did not move, nor did he speak. The hand remained extended. With deliberate calm, she placed the sixpence upon the outstretched palm. For a moment, nothing changed. Then, almost imperceptibly, the hand lowered, closing over the coin with a slow finality. The figure nodded once, stiffly, and turned without sound, disappearing into the low mist that pooled beyond the hollow's edge. The entire encounter had taken less than a minute. Miss Hale exhaled, surprised at the tension she had not fully realised she was holding, and resumed her walk along the road. But as she passed the place where the man had stood, she noticed something peculiar. There were no footprints, not his, not hers, only smooth, undisturbed earth, as though no one had walked that way in some time. The remaining miles passed without incident, though Miss Hale found herself glancing backward more often than reason dictated. The ridge road curved gently away behind her, offering no sign of the figure, nor of any approaching traveller. The countryside resumed its quiet indifference, the sun low and watery through thinning clouds. By the time she reached her cousin's house, a modest but well-maintained manor set back among the beech trees, night was pressing at the edges of the fields. Lamps glowed faintly behind thick leaded windows, and the gravel drive crunched pleasantly beneath her boots. Her cousin, Mrs. Francis Pelham, greeted her warmly at the door, expressing both relief and mild reproach at Miss Hale's decision to walk such a distance alone. "The trap might have waited," Francis chided, ushering her into the front hall where the smell of beeswax and peat mingled comfortingly. "I wanted the air," Margaret replied, removing her gloves. "And besides, I met no one, save for one curious fellow near a closed bridge." Francis looked up from the tray of tea that had been laid. "Closed bridge? The old toll crossing, do you mean?" "Yes. There was a gate chained across it. I took the lower path and came upon a man. He seemed to be waiting for payment. I gave him a sixpence." At this, Francis frowned slightly, setting the teapot down with care. "That crossing hasn't been used in years, not since the floods washed out the lower road. The toll house itself was torn down before my time." Margaret blinked, unsettled but unwilling to seem fanciful. "I'm quite sure of what I saw. He was dressed plainly, but nothing to suggest he was out of place." Francis hesitated, as though weighing her next words. "It's only, well, you may hear people here speak of that bridge, especially the older families. They say the toll-keeper kept collecting long after he ought." She smiled faintly, attempting to soften the thought. "Local colour, you understand." Margaret returned the smile, though the faint chill from the hollow lingered at her back. "Of course," she said softly, "local colour." But later, as she dressed for supper, she noticed something else. The coin purse within her reticule, though properly closed, held precisely the number of coins it had before her walk. The sixpence was there, still resting among its fellows, cool and untouched. At first, Margaret questioned her own recollection. Had she perhaps withdrawn a different coin? Had she, in the odd stillness of that encounter, imagined giving it at all? Yet the memory remained fixed, the pale hand extended, the distinct feel of placing the sixpence onto the open palm, the slow closing of the fingers. The detail would not blur or diminish, no matter how much she attempted to examine it from different angles of reason. That evening, seated with Francis before the drawing-room fire, she gently steered their conversation back toward the subject. "This old tale of the toll-keeper," Margaret said, lifting her cup. "Is there more to it? The housekeeper mentioned something earlier, but seemed reluctant to elaborate." Francis hesitated, glancing toward the door as if to ensure they remained unheard. "It's an old business," she said finally. From my grandfather's time, or earlier. The causeway was dangerous even then, prone to flooding. Travellers spoke of being stopped after dark, of being charged twice, or paying when no collector should have been present. Margaret listened quietly. The logs shifted softly in the grate. After one such flood, Francis continued, they found the toll-keeper's body washed into the reeds downstream. It was said he had refused to leave his post, despite the rising waters. Some thought he'd been drinking. Others said... She paused. Others said he lingered because certain debts had not been properly balanced. What sort of debts? Francis gave a thin, almost embarrassed smile. The usual village whispers. Old transactions, owed payments, superstitions about reckoning one's last counts before death. You know how such things accumulate. Margaret nodded. And yet they still speak of him. Not often, but yes, now and then, particularly when someone sees him. She met Margaret's gaze then, her tone light, but her eyes serious. Always the same description. A man who stands waiting, hand out, but who takes nothing that stays taken. Margaret did not reply. The coin purse in her room weighed oddly in her mind, heavier than its contents could explain. That night, as she extinguished the lamp and slipped into bed, the house seemed unusually quiet. But far off, carried faintly through the window on the rising wind, she thought she heard the faint clink of coin against coin, repeating softly, like a hand idly weighing small silver in its palm. The days that followed passed outwardly without anything of remark. Margaret accompanied Francis on walks about the estate, spoke politely with the vicar during his weekly call, and even attended a small gathering hosted by a neighbouring family. The countryside, with its low hills and crumbling stone walls, presented the tranquil charm of late autumn. But beneath this surface normalcy, the weight of that brief encounter remained fixed in her mind. Small things began to disturb her, not outright omens, but quiet intrusions that seemed to press against her attention at odd hours. Twice she awoke in the night to the distinct impression that someone had passed through her chamber. No sound had roused her, no movement met her waking eye, but the cold imprint of presence lingered like breath upon glass. On another occasion, while writing at the small desk in her guest room, she became aware of a faint rhythm beneath the scratch of her pen, a soft counting, almost a whisper, as though someone nearby recited numbers in steady succession. When she paused to listen directly, it ceased. One afternoon, as the two women sat together embroidering by the tall parlour window, Francis ventured cautiously, "You've seemed unsettled these past few days." Margaret smiled faintly, lowering her needle. A little restless, perhaps. New surroundings, old stories. Francis hesitated, glancing toward the empty fireplace before continuing, her voice lower. "If you find yourself troubled, Margaret, you mustn't feel you need to. Rationalise everything." She gave a small, uncomfortable laugh. "Not in this part of the country." Margaret appreciated the kindness behind the words, but chose not to speak of the growing sense that something still followed her from the crossing. That night, the pattern shifted again. Shortly after midnight, Margaret woke sharply, with no clear reason for her stirring. The air in the room felt colder than before, though no window was open. At the far end of the chamber, near the foot of the wardrobe, stood the figure. It was not shadow, nor trick of moonlight. The pale hand was unmistakable, outstretched once again, palm upward, expectant. The face was obscured beneath the brim of the cap, just as it had been upon the road. The heavy coat hung about the frame, motionless. But now, in the closeness of the room, Margaret saw something she had not observed before. Along the edges of the coat, the fabric was darkly stained, as though long soaked through by water, and beneath the brim of the cap, where flesh should have shown, there was only a grey pallor like wax, left too long in dampness. The hand did not waver. Margaret sat upright, pulse pounding, but did not cry out. Her voice, when it came, was thin but steady. "I have nothing for you." At this, the hand closed slowly, folding into a fist. The figure withdrew, not turning but receding backward into the shadows of the room's far corner, until the gloom swallowed it entirely. Only then did Margaret feel her limbs release their frozen hold. The chamber's cold eased, as though the air itself exhaled. But she knew, with cold certainty, that the toll had not yet been paid. Morning brought no evidence that the encounter had been anything but dream, yet Margaret knew otherwise. The lingering chill remained, as did the sharp clarity of the figure's appearance, too precise, too detailed for any ordinary vision of sleep. She descended to breakfast, pale but composed. Francis, perhaps sensing her mood, spoke little. Their conversation stayed firmly upon matters of menus, correspondence, and the weather's slow turn toward frost. That afternoon, Margaret ventured into the village alone. She asked, gently and indirectly, about the bridge, phrasing her questions as the idle curiosity of a visitor with an interest in local history. The older villagers were forthcoming, though wary in their manner. "That road's never been right since old Hambley drowned," said one farmer, glancing sidelong toward the misted hills beyond. "Kept his post too long, some said. Wasn't just the rain. He wouldn't leave, even when warned." Another, an elderly woman seated before the grocer's window, offered a sharper tale. "They say he'd taken coin from those who shouldn't have crossed. Fugitives, soldiers gone to desert, smugglers. Blood money it was. Thought himself clever. Thought no one would count the tolls but him. But debts paid unjustly have a way of lingering." When Margaret asked, carefully, whether others had seen him since, the woman nodded once, gravely. "Not many, but when he's seen it's always the same. He asks, though not with words. And if you pay him—" She paused, lowering her voice. "You'll find you've kept your coin, because it's not payment he wants. It's balance." Margaret felt a cold weight settle more firmly in her chest. As she returned to the manor, the low winter sun dipped behind the hills, and long shadows reached across the frozen ground, like fingers stretching toward the road. That night, she prepared herself. At the small writing desk in her chamber, she placed her coin purse upon the blotter, opening it carefully. The sixpence lay atop the others, its edge gleaming faintly in the lamplight. Margaret withdrew the coin and set it before her, then paused, considering. An instinct stirred, a memory of the phrase spoken in the village. It's not payment he wants, it's balance. Reaching again into the purse, she drew out a second sixpence and placed it beside the first. 2 coins, one for the toll taken unjustly, one for the toll unpaid. Then she waited. The room's quiet deepened as midnight approached. The small clock on the mantel ticked faintly, and as the hour passed into its final stroke, the air in the room thickened once more. The corner darkened, and from the shadows, the toll-keeper stepped forward. The figure emerged with the same dreadful steadiness as before, neither hurried nor hesitant. The coat still hung heavy, its sodden hem darkening the floorboards where it passed. Beneath the brim of his cap, his face remained largely hidden, though now Margaret caught glimpses of the slack pallor beneath, flesh, waxy and sunken, as though long submerged. He halted several paces from her desk, just as before, and raised the hand. The pale palm glowed faintly in the lamplight, open, patient, expectant. But Margaret did not move at once. She met the hollow gaze, or rather the space where eyes ought to have been, and spoke softly, her voice more steady than she had expected. "These are not coins for passage," she said. "They are coins for debt." The toll-keeper gave no sign of comprehension or objection. The hand remained extended. Margaret reached forward and placed the 2 coins, one by one, into the open palm. The fingers closed over them slowly, with a finality that seemed somehow quieter than silence itself. For a long moment, the figure stood motionless, as though weighing the offering not by its substance, but by its sufficiency. Then, very slowly, the toll-keeper lowered his arm. His head dipped in the barest nod, an acknowledgement not of gratitude, but of settlement. The air in the room shifted, as though some unseen tension slackened. The cold receded. The shadowed corner brightened imperceptibly as the figure began to withdraw, backward as before, his heavy coat drawing after him, like the trailing edge of a receding tide. And then he was gone. The room held its breath for a moment longer before releasing it into the ordinary quiet of the sleeping house. Margaret sat very still, her hands resting upon the blotter, and allowed herself a single long breath. When she finally rose to extinguish the lamp, the coins were no longer upon the desk. Nor, when she checked the purse the next morning, did they remain there. The debt, whatever its nature, had been paid. Black Ewe, White Lamb, by Elowen Greaves. Read by Elspeth Sauer. It was at dinner, one fog-sunk evening in November, that her name returned to me. The place was the Montpellier Club, a narrow establishment off Pall Mall, where the fireplaces were too small and the port too fine. I had arrived late to find Calloway already seated, coat unbuttoned, spectacles fogged, nursing the last inch of a bottle he had no intention of sharing. We were joined shortly by a solicitor of indeterminate age and a naval historian with a voice like wet coal. The conversation moved, as it often does in such places, from grievances in committee to legacies left improperly managed. It was when someone mentioned the vague legal category of unentailed gifts of habitation that Calloway gave a slight snort and said, "That sounds like Miss Topham's business." The name stirred something, not quite recognition, more a pause in the fabric of thought. I could not have described her face, and yet I was sure I had known it. "Topham," I repeated, testing the weight of it. "Not Margaret Topham, surely?" "The very same," he said, not looking up. "Took a house somewhere out toward the Western Downs. Wiltshire, I believe. Inherited it from some mad uncle or cousin. No brothers, of course. Dreadful old property. She went out in October and stayed the winter alone. Not a soul with her, except the housekeeper, who promptly took ill." "What happened?" Calloway only shrugged and reached for the bread knife. "She wrote a letter, just the one, but it was enough to make the fellow who received it insist she never write another." That was all he said. And though the table meandered into other topics, into the comparative integrity of Greek and Roman wills, and whether Kent was ever truly haunted, I remained turned inward, the name Topham circling back through memory like a heron before descent. In the days that followed, I found myself recollecting fragments without meaning to, a brief conversation in the portico of a museum, a reading list pencilled in a margin not my own, a laugh, dry, reserved, heard once in a Bodleian anteroom. These scraps, insignificant alone, formed a shape when taken together. Miss Margaret Topham had, at some point in the past decade, drifted along the margins of my acquaintance like a thread just loose enough to pull free. I made no effort to contact her, but that winter, by odd coincidence or some quieter agency, I came across a record, an auction list from the estate of a gentleman antiquarian in Frome, which included her name in a footnote. She had, apparently, inherited Ashbrook House the previous year. The man in question, one Harold L. Winton, had been a collector of curious ephemera and had once lodged there as a boy. He noted the property in a marginalia heavy letter to a colleague, speaking vaguely of the wood that sings in frost and the room that locks itself, not from mischief, but from memory. There was nothing directly alarming in this, but the phrasing stayed with me, and though I told myself often that the world offers no shortage of haunted cottages and ancient books, I began to feel, as some do, upon hearing a tune they cannot name, that I was brushing the edge of something not quite remembered. It was not until some months later that I came into possession of the full account. It was not a manuscript, or a confession, or anything so direct. Rather, it was a series of annotated letters, household inventories, and one curious transcription, enclosed anonymously in a package sent to the rooms I keep on Red Lion Square. I can only surmise that the sender was Miss Topham herself, having heard word of my inquiries, thinking it best to satiate me as a means to stop any further circulation of a tale she might prefer not widely known. What follows is, as nearly as I can assemble it, the true shape of that winter and of Miss Topham's time at Ashbrook. Margaret Topham arrived at Ashbrook House on a cold afternoon in late October of 1887. The carriage that brought her from the station made slow work of the final mile, where the lane narrowed between hedgerows and dipped beneath bare-limbed oaks. The house came into view without ceremony, its slate roof glistening faintly beneath the last mist of the day. She'd seen the house once before, years ago, when her uncle still lived, and the place was better tended. Now the paint flaked from the shutters, ivy had climbed to the chimneys, and the gravel drive wore moss like a thin green shawl. But the house stood, and it was hers. At the porch, she was greeted not by the housekeeper, Mrs. Fletcher, who was already laid up with a sudden fever, but by the gardener's son, a quiet lad of perhaps 17, who took her small trunk and carried it inside without speech. The front hall smelled faintly of damp plaster, and the sharpness of beeswax polish long set into the floorboards. Light filtered through the coloured panes above the door, throwing a faint pattern onto the stairwell. Margaret stood a moment longer than necessary before removing her gloves. The air inside was still, though not cold, as if the house had paused its breathing upon her arrival. She made her way into the library first, not by design, but by habit. Even before the fire had been laid in her bedroom, even before a proper meal, she drifted to the one room she had long associated with the idea of Ashbrook itself. The library occupied the southwest corner of the house, its tall windows half obscured by the dark fingers of a yew tree that had grown up unpruned against the stone. Within, the shelves stood much as they had when her uncle lived. Rows of leather bindings, dusty glass-fronted cases, and a central desk still scattered with his unfinished correspondence. It was there, on the desk, unassuming and neither displayed nor concealed, that she first noticed the Psalter. The volume sat atop a stack of estate ledgers, its binding modest, calfskin darkened with age, the corners reinforced in an older style of brasswork that suggested some ecclesiastical origin. The leather bore no title, only a small worn cross stamped into the lower corner of the front cover. Margaret did not open it at once. Something about its presence on the desk, as if left mid-use, gave her pause. She set her fingers lightly on the cover and noted how cool it felt beneath her hand, as though it retained a chill apart from the room's quiet warmth. Later that evening, after the fire had been built up in the hearth and a tray of broth left at her door, she returned to the library. The lamps cast long amber reflections along the glass cabinet doors, and the yew tree outside swayed in the breeze, its silhouette moving like thin black arms across the wall. Only then did she open the Psalter. The text was, at first glance, as expected, Latin psalms rendered in the standard ecclesiastical hand of the late medieval period. Marginalia appeared here and there, some in faded ink, some scratched into the parchment itself, suggesting centuries of private use beyond the choir stall. A few wormholes pierced entire gatherings of pages, leaving tiny dark tunnels where the paper had been consumed. It was only as she turned to the latter third of the book that she noticed the carving. Unlike the marginal notes, this was deliberate, formal, a funerary hymn incised not with ink, but by knife or stylus into the parchment itself. Each letter hollowed slightly deeper than the surrounding text, the strokes sharp and precise, yet bearing a faint irregularity, as if completed over several sessions. The heading read simply, In Memoriam, Agnus Albus sub taxo nigro, the white lamb beneath the black yew. Beneath it, the hymn continued for several stanzas, though the Latin grew increasingly corrupted in its grammar and phrasing, as though slipping gradually from liturgical formality into something older, less easily translated. Margaret frowned as her eyes followed the text. The hollowed letters caught the lamplight strangely, casting small shadows within their own depth, so that the hymn seemed to tremble faintly on the page as she read. The further she read, the more the rhythm of the hymn disquieted her. Though the words were technically familiar, invocations of sleep, of the folding of flesh beneath earth, of awaiting the mercy of judgment, there was an undercurrent she could not name. Something about the phrasing suggested not comfort, but concession, as though the soul in question were being surrendered not to rest, but to something watching. A peculiar construction appeared midway through one stanza. Non dormie in domini sinu, sed vigilabit sub radicibus, which she rendered after some puzzled moments as, It shall not sleep in the bosom of the Lord, but shall keep vigil beneath the roots. Roots, and beneath the roots the black yew. She sat back, the creak of the old chair sounding sharper in the hush. The fire popped behind her, and the yew's branches shifted again against the window. Margaret held the book gently. She ran her fingertips once more along the shallow gouges of the inscription. The carved words had a peculiar tactility, neither rough nor smooth, but as if the parchment itself had stiffened where it had been cut. Something about the weight of the letters made her reluctant to return the volume to the stack. Instead, she carried it with her, upstairs to the small writing desk in the chamber prepared for her. There she placed it on the desk, closed but near at hand, as though the text might soften under familiar surroundings. Outside, the wind began to rise, and with it, the branches of the yew whispered faintly along the stonework as she prepared for bed. She did not sleep easily, and when she did, her dreams carried the sound of scratching, careful, deliberate, as though someone inscribed words long after they had been spoken. The morning brought little comfort. The house, though not large, possessed that odd quality of magnifying small sounds. Floorboards shifting as though beneath unseen steps, faint ticks of contraction in the walls as the sun tried weakly to warm the stones. Margaret dressed earlier than usual and descended to the dining room, where a tray of tea and bread had been laid out, presumably by the gardener's boy. Mrs. Fletcher remained upstairs, still ailing and under the attention of the village physician, who made irregular calls from the nearby town of Warminster. The air carried the faint metallic tang of rain yet to arrive. After breakfast, Margaret returned once more to the library. The Psalter remained where she had left it upon the desk in her room, but the compulsion to examine it again was strong. She carried it down with her, determined now to better understand the circumstances of its presence in the house. Her uncle's papers, scattered untidily across several drawers of the writing desk, offered little. Much concerned the maintenance of the estate, rents, livestock, legal correspondence, but tucked among a sheaf of receipts was a thin slip of folded vellum, brittle at the edges. The hand was not her uncle's, but older, with the heavy looping strokes of the previous century. Presented by the late Canon Barrows, St. Winifred's, Ashcombe, restored and retained for private devotion, 1794. Ashcombe. So here was its origin. There was, then, a church at the root of it after all. But how the Psalter had come from Ashcombe to her uncle's private library, and why it bore that peculiar carved hymn, remained unanswered. As she turned the slip over, something else caught her eye. Along the lower edge, barely legible in faded ink, a line had been added in a different hand. Inscription not of our tradition. Leave undisturbed. Margaret read the note twice. She did not, as yet, fully understand its caution, but it settled into her mind with a certain weight, like the first faint tremor before a storm declares itself. That afternoon brought rain, soft but persistent, tapping against the tall windows like hesitant fingers. Margaret busied herself in the house, moving through the rooms with a kind of restless concentration, examining the inventory of what was now hers, but often finding her attention drawn back to the Psalter and the words she had traced in the flickering lamplight. The yew trees, visible from nearly every western window, swayed gently under the grey sky. Their dark foliage, soaked through with rain, glistened as though lacquered. By late afternoon, with little else to distract her, she carried the Psalter once more into the library and lit the lamps earlier than usual. The house, though dry, seemed to absorb the wet cold from the air, pressing close around her as the light dimmed. She opened the volume again to the carved hymn, allowing her eyes to settle into the familiar discomfort of its strange cadence. There, near the end, she noticed something she had not observed before. One of the final lines of the hymn had been altered. The incision of the letters was faintly deeper, the edges crisper, as if recut or reinforced long after the rest had been finished. The Latin was muddled, slipping now into something only half comprehensible, but she traced it slowly, reconstructing its intent. Ut agnus invocatus, descendat iterum, ut raditus nutriantur in perpetuum. That the summoned lamb may descend again, that the roots be nourished forever. She stared at the words for some time, the thin blade of unease pressing closer. This was no ordinary funerary invocation. The repetition of dissent, the inversion of offering, these were not the comforting assurances of Christian repose, but something else. As she bent closer, the light from the lamp caught within the deeper grooves, making the letters shimmer faintly. For an instant, a mere trick of the eye, she told herself, she fancied she saw the smallest motion, within the hollowed strokes, as though the carved words pulsed once, imperceptibly, with breath, not her own. She closed the volume with a careful firmness and extinguished the lamps. That night, her sleep was again thin and broken, though she remembered no dreams at all. The following days passed in a pattern of increasing unease, though nothing in the house presented itself as overtly unnatural. The staff remained minimal. Mrs. Fletcher still convalesced, and the gardener's son, when seen at all, spoke only in soft monosyllables. The weather held steady in its dreariness, as if the grey itself had become a kind of ceiling above the house, lowering imperceptibly with each passing evening. Yet it was not merely the psalter that preoccupied her. She began to notice, with growing discomfort, subtle shifts in the library itself. Books she had not moved appeared slightly askew upon her return. A small brass paperweight was found in a different position upon the desk. The library door, once left ajar, was found closed in the morning. And always there was the yew. From the tall windows, the black yew tree nearest the west wall seemed to lean incrementally closer each evening, its bowed limbs pressing faintly against the leaded glass when the wind moved through. The gardener insisted it had not grown in many years, but Margaret could not free herself from the impression that it now loomed at a different angle than when she had first arrived. The strangest disturbance came near the end of her second week. She woke shortly after midnight, uncertain what had pulled her from sleep. The house was still, but a faint rhythmic sound reached her ears, a dry, deliberate rasping, like parchment being scraped with the edge of a quill. It seemed to come from below. She dressed hastily, lighting a single lamp, and descended the stairs barefoot, the boards cold beneath her feet. The sound faded as she approached the library, but when she opened the door, nothing awaited her except the quiet order of the room. The fire burned low in the grate, and the psalter resting undisturbed on the desk. Yet as she crossed the room, a faint draught whispered upward near the base of the western bookcase. The panelling there, she now recalled, had always stood slightly proud of the stone behind it. Setting the lamp upon the desk, she knelt and placed her palm to the base of the bookcase. A thin seam of colder air traced itself against her skin, as though some hidden cavity lay beyond the wall, breathing gently into the library. Margaret rose, unsettled but not frightened. Not yet. She returned to her chamber, but left the lamp burning through the remainder of the night. The following morning, with the grey light barely pressing through the low clouds, Margaret summoned the gardener's son to assist her in examining the panel. The boy, whose name was Henry, arrived dutifully, though his gaze never quite met hers. When she explained the draught, he nodded without comment, fetched a small crowbar from the tool shed, and set to work loosening the edge of the bookcase. The wood, old and dry, resisted for a time before giving way with a reluctant groan. Behind the case was a narrow void, no more than 2 feet in depth, walled with old brickwork, mottled dark with moisture. It was not a true room, nor even a proper passage, but rather a hollow, as though left deliberately unfinished during some earlier renovation. Margaret held the lamp aloft, its glow catching on the uneven surface. There, etched faintly into the brick, she saw a series of shallow carvings. They were not letters, at least not in any script she recognised. The marks curved and branched, resembling the shapes of roots or antlers, curling inward in tight repeating patterns. The grooves were worn, as though once cut deep, and softened by time and damp. Henry shifted uncomfortably behind her. "Did my uncle ever mention this space?" she asked, her voice kept low by instinct. The boy shook his head. "Never spoke of it, miss, but he didn't come to the library much, not in his later years." Margaret stepped back, allowing the lamplight to fall more fully upon the wall. In the centre of the design, barely visible beneath a faint sheen of moisture, was a small recess, a hollow no larger than her palm, cut directly into the brick. Within the recess, something glinted. Reaching carefully, she drew out a small object, a disc of some pale stone, nearly smooth, but for a spiral etched into one face. The spiral turned inward upon itself with such precision that for a moment it seemed to her eyes that it turned still, as though some depth beyond its surface waited to draw her gaze further inward. She closed her fingers around it, feeling its cold weight in her hand. The boy, watching her, shifted again. "That weren't meant to be found," he said softly. Margaret said nothing. She carried the disc back to the desk, setting it beside the psalter, where the two objects seemed, in some way she could not yet articulate, to belong together. The day passed in an odd quiet that seemed thicker than the simple stillness of country solitude. Margaret remained in the library for much of it, her work table now occupied by both the psalter and the pale disc. She examined them alternately, feeling that some silent correspondence existed between the two, as if the disc were not an ornament, but a kind of key or token belonging to the hymn inscribed into the parchment. That evening, as dusk settled once again into the folds of the house, she made a careful study of the hymn's final stanzas. The Latin, already corrupted and fragmentary, seemed to resist translation, slipping just beyond clarity. Yet certain phrases repeated themselves with unsettling persistence. Ut descendat iterum, radices nutriantur, memoriam, aeternum sub nigro. That it may descend again, that the roots be nourished, an eternal remembrance beneath the black. The black yew, always present at the edge of the house's western wall, seemed now not merely a tree, but part of a larger pattern, a participant rather than a witness. At times her eye would drift unwillingly toward the disc, its spiral still catching the lamplight in ways that suggested a motion too slow to perceive, yet impossible to dismiss. As midnight neared, and the last embers in the hearth settled into faint red pulses, Margaret felt, for the first time, a distinct unease she could not rationalise away. The library, so long her refuge, had become occupied, not by sound, nor even by movement, but by a density of attention, a presence that pressed without touch. The yew tree's silhouette shifted gently against the glass, as wind moved through its soaked branches, and beneath that faint whispering, she thought, or believed she thought, that something in the house exhaled. Not from the hearth, not from the draught behind the bookcase, from deeper still. Margaret did not open the psalter again that night. She left the disc resting atop its cover, extinguished the lamps one by one, and climbed the stairs as the house settled heavily behind her. The next morning dawned with an oppressive brightness, the clouds temporarily broken, allowing the late autumn sun to throw hard, pale beams across the windows. The effect was not cheerful. It illuminated the dust, suspended in the air, and rendered every worn edge of the old house more distinct, as though exposing details better left obscured. Margaret found herself delaying her return to the library. She breakfasted slowly, took a brief walk along the eastern hedgerow, and spoke with the physician who had come again to check on Mrs. Fletcher. The housekeeper's condition remained unchanged. A low fever, a kind of languor, neither improving nor worsening. The doctor, an old man with little patience for mystery, suggested rest and left after taking a small glass of sherry in the drawing-room. Only as the afternoon shadows lengthened did Margaret finally return to the library. The psalter and the disc remained precisely where she had left them, but she could not shake the feeling that the room itself had shifted minutely during her absence. She seated herself at the desk and opened a small notebook in which she had begun to record translations and observations. The disc she left undisturbed for the moment. She wrote for some time, trying to impose structure upon the fragmented Latin, as though rational arrangement might drive off the uneasy atmosphere that had begun to pervade her thoughts. As the light failed and she reached for the lamp, her pen faltered mid-stroke. A faint tremor vibrated through the floorboards beneath her feet, not sharp, like the jolt of passing carts, but a slow, rolling sensation, as though some enormous wheel had turned far beneath the house. It ceased as quickly as it had come, leaving only the faint ringing of the glass chimneys on the lamps. Margaret rose and crossed to the window. The yew stood as before, unmoved except for the smallest stirring of its high branches, yet she felt, with cold certainty, that something beneath it had shifted, or risen slightly, as if pressing toward the surface. Her eyes lowered to the grass below the window. There, at the base of the trunk where rainwater gathered, she thought she saw, not clearly, not unmistakably, but enough, a faint circle of disturbed earth, as though the ground itself had drawn a breath. She stepped back from the window and closed the heavy drapes with a firm tug. The lamplight wavered briefly as the room sealed itself against the dark. Margaret returned to the desk, her heart steady, though her hands now trembled slightly as they hovered above the Psalter's carved pages. She would not open the book again tonight. The next day brought with it a visitor, unexpected but not unwelcome. Mr. Stephen Allerton, a cousin several times removed, had written weeks earlier expressing polite interest in the state of the house, and now arrived unannounced, carried by a trap from the village station. He was of the sort often produced by minor branches of respectable families, moderately educated, cautiously curious, and practised at the art of not overstaying his welcome. Margaret greeted him in the drawing-room, where the fire had been lit against the deepening chill of late November. After the usual pleasantries, they spoke of the house, its repairs, the garden, and the isolation that accompanied winter in such a place. Only after some time did Mr. Allerton glance toward the door that led to the library and remark, "You've the old collection still, I gather. Your uncle was said to have had certain peculiar volumes." Margaret smiled faintly. Peculiar, perhaps, but largely dull. Ledgers, sermons, the usual, though one volume remains somewhat worth special note. She spoke with deliberate caution, uncertain whether to invite further conversation. Yet Allerton leaned forward slightly, sensing perhaps some undercurrent beneath her reserve. "I've heard," he said, lowering his voice almost conspiratorially, and betraying he knew much more than Margaret perhaps expected, that Ashcombe itself had certain rights. Survivals, you might say. Vestiges from before the old church settled things properly. Margaret's expression remained composed, though her pulse quickened. "And who told you that?" "An idle remark, nothing more. One hears such things in the clubs. Something about the black yew trees planted near sites of older gatherings. Protective or binding, depending on who you ask." He paused, then smiled with professional detachment. "Of course, most of it's nonsense." The fire cracked behind them, sending a brief shower of sparks upward. Margaret let the silence stretch before replying. "Nonsense, yes, but persistent nonsense can be troublesome in its way." Allerton looked as though he might pursue the matter further, but instead reached for his glass and changed the subject. That night, after he had retired to the guest chamber and the house had settled into its usual quiet, Margaret found herself once again in the library, standing before the desk. The Psalter lay closed. The disc, however, she now noticed, had shifted, just slightly, its edge no longer perfectly aligned with the book beneath it. She had not touched it since the day she placed it there. Margaret stood for a long moment, her hand hovering above the disc, as though unsure whether contact would invite something she could not dismiss again. The air in the library seemed denser tonight, not heavy as before, but rather attentive. She finally withdrew her hand, and instead settled into the armchair beside the hearth, lighting only the smallest reading lamp. The room held itself around her in a kind of suspended stillness, like a held breath. From the upper floors, the faint creak of settling timbers marked Allerton's movement as he retired. But beneath those expected sounds, Margaret discerned something else. A low, rhythmic murmur, barely at the edge of hearing. It was not speech, nor any recognisable vibration, but rather a slow oscillation, pulsing gently, as though some concealed mechanism beneath the stone were breathing through the structure of the house itself. She shut her eyes, listening carefully. The sound did not originate from the walls or floors, but seemed instead to rise through the very air. The longer she listened, the more she sensed it carried a cadence, a suggestion of distant chanting submerged beneath layers of silence. Her thoughts returned involuntarily to the hymn carved into the psalter, the verses that had slipped into broken, troubling cadences. She could not reproduce them perfectly in her mind, but the repetitions echoed faintly in her memory. Descend again, nourish the roots, remembrance beneath. Suddenly, a sharp knock interrupted the stillness. It was not at the door, but within the wall. 3 short, deliberate strikes, as if made by a careful hand upon hollow wood. Margaret rose and crossed the room with cautious steps. She traced her fingers along the panelling where the hidden cavity had been revealed days earlier. The narrow void gaped slightly, cool air whispering through the opening. The disc remained on the desk behind her, its spiral glinting faintly in the lamplight. Then she heard it again, a 4th knock, slower this time, deliberate. Margaret withdrew from the wall and extinguished the lamp in a single, steady motion. She stood in the dark a moment longer, until even the faint pulsing fell back into silence. Only then did she leave the library and ascend the stairs, careful not to disturb the hush that now seemed to breathe along with the house itself. The next morning brought a brittle calm. The rain had ceased, and with it the usual shifting of branches against the windows. The yew trees stood motionless beneath a thin white sky, their black needles glistening as though lacquered anew. At breakfast, Allerton was uncharacteristically subdued. He avoided the subject of the library altogether, speaking instead of railway schedules, recent debates in the House, and trivialities of London society. Margaret answered politely, but with little attention. Her mind remained in the library, beneath the floorboards, behind the walls. When Allerton departed that afternoon, citing the early onset of fog along the line, Margaret watched the trap carry him down the long drive without regret. The house felt less divided now, as though some subtle contest of presence had been resolved in favour of its older occupant. By late evening, Margaret returned once more to the library, as though drawn by slow inevitability. The psalter remained closed upon the desk, the disc now perfectly centred atop its cover. Whether it had shifted again by unseen hands or by some quiet breathing of the house itself, she could not say. She lit the lamp, but only dimly, letting the edges of the room dissolve into soft shadow. Her gaze lingered upon the disc's spiral, its curve pulling inward, with that unsettling precision she had come to both dread and expect. She seated herself and reached for her notebook, intending to copy the inscription anew. But before she could set pen to page, the quiet shifted. It was not a sound, precisely, more an absence of sound elsewhere. The fire ceased its usual whisper, the faint tick of the clock halted, even the ever-present creak of timber withdrew. The house was not merely silent. It had been hollowed of sound, like a bell paused between its tolls. And in that emptied stillness, she heard, without ears, without vibration, a voice, not in Latin, nor in any language she recognised. But she understood. A kind of invitation, or perhaps a recognition. The spiral gleamed softly in the low light, and for the briefest moment, Margaret felt the air press inward, as though the house itself leaned closer to listen alongside her. Then, as quickly as it had come, the sensation dissolved. The fire crackled anew. The clock resumed its faint ticking, and the ordinary hush of Ashbrook returned. Margaret lowered her pen and closed the notebook without writing a word. The following days passed with a strange calm, as though the house had retreated from whatever threshold it had briefly approached. No further knocking disturbed the walls. The rhythmic pulses beneath the floor ceased. Even the yew trees stood still beneath a stretch of cold, bright days, their dark limbs unmoved by the occasional wind. Yet Margaret knew the quiet was not permanent. It was a waiting, not a retreat. She found herself increasingly drawn to the psalter, though she rarely opened it now. Instead, she studied the disc, tracing the spiral lightly with her fingertip, feeling the subtle grooves guide her touch inward. She sensed, not through reason, but through some deeper instinct, that to follow it too far would be to cross a line she could not easily return from. It was during one such evening that she made her decision. The house was hers, but not everything within it belonged to her. Some inheritances, she understood now, extended beyond legal right or blood. The following morning, she summoned Henry to the library. "I need the earth and stones beneath the yew disturbed," she said simply. He stared at her uncertain. "Miss, not the tree itself, the ground beneath. There's a hollow there. I believe something was left buried." The boy hesitated only briefly before nodding. "As you say, miss." By noon the work began. Henry brought tools from the shed and set about carefully removing the damp earth beneath the yew's broad trunk. Margaret stood at a distance, watching as layer by layer was peeled away. The soil gave way easily at first, but soon resisted, thick with old roots and stones. Then, as the spade struck something hollow, a dull wooden note rang out. Together they uncovered a small coffer, blackened oak bound in corroded iron, its surface marked with faint curling lines, not unlike those carved behind the library's panelling. Margaret dismissed Henry then, thanking him with a quiet firmness that brooked no argument. She waited until his footsteps faded before kneeling beside the unearthed box. Its lock had long since rusted through. The lid opened easily beneath her hands. Inside lay only one thing, a narrow strip of vellum, stained and fragile, upon which had been written, in that same curling, uneven hand, "Ut redeat nomen servetur," that it may return, let the name be preserved. Beneath the text, drawn carefully in faded red ink, was the spiral, identical to the one etched upon the disc. Margaret closed the box slowly, her breath steady, her pulse louder now than the wind in the branches overhead. She knew then what the Psalter had been, not a simple text of devotion, but a vessel, a keeping place for the name, a shelter for its memory, and that memory had not forgotten its shape. Margaret returned the coffer to the hollow in the ground, but did not replace the soil. She left it exposed beneath the yew's roots, as though bringing it into the open light might deny it further concealment. That night, as the house settled once more into its uneasy quiet, Margaret sat alone in the library beside the low-burning fire. The disc and psalter remained before her on the desk, but she did not touch them. Instead, she allowed her thoughts to pass through the long thread of events that had led her here. The peculiar inheritance, the carved hymn, the hollowed wall, the whispered pulse of soundless pressure beneath the house. And beneath it all, that repeated invocation, that it may return, that the roots be nourished, that the name be preserved. Whatever rite had been performed, however many generations earlier, its residue remained in these objects, in the house, in the very earth beneath the yew. A ritual not of protection, but of binding. Not an evil, precisely. Not, as she would name, evil, but something ancient, colder, and entirely outside the prayers of ordinary men. For the first time, she considered that the silence she had felt pressing upon her in the library had not been a threat, but a negotiation. The thing, whatever it was, did not seek her harm. It merely sought its own continuity. The spiral was not a summoning, but a record. And so she made her decision. She fetched a sheet of clean vellum from her uncle's supplies, lit the writing lamp, and carefully copied the spiral onto its surface, stroke for careful stroke. The shape was simple in appearance, but demanded precision. Each curve, each narrowing of the coil, each fractional descent toward the unseen centre held weight. When she finished, she placed the new vellum within the psalter, pressing it gently between two blank leaves near the back of the volume. The disc she carried back to the hollow beneath the yew, placing it alongside the old coffer. Then, standing there beneath the skeletal branches in the faint starlight, she whispered, though to whom she could not say, "It is enough." Only now did she realise she was not entirely alone. She noticed then, plain against the night, a small white lamb. He commanded dignity rather than the adoration or softness such a creature might normally. He regarded her for a moment, as if giving a small salutation of acknowledgement, if not full thanks, then walked off slowly. She did not bother to follow. This was not, she knew, a local farmer's livestock escaped. It was memory, allowed once more to speak on the wind. And as the wind moved softly through the black needles, the ground beneath her feet seemed, for the first time in many nights, entirely still. I heard little more of Miss Topham in the years that followed. When her name did surface, it was in brief and passing ways, a mention in the course of a luncheon conversation, or a note of her return to town published discreetly among the smaller items of society columns. She had let Ashbrook House to tenants, so I was told, and resumed a quieter life in the city, neither emboldened nor diminished by her season of solitude. There was no scandal attached to her, nor any illness or calamity that might provoke speculation. If anything lingered from her time at Ashbrook, it lingered in silence, as certain experiences do, becoming not the stuff of confession, but of private understanding. The house itself remains, I am told, much as it was, the yews still standing black against the western wall, the library undisturbed, and somewhere upon those shelves, the psalter lying quietly among its neighbours. And within it, no doubt, still rests the record of that winter's work, the hymn carved deep, the spiral carefully redrawn, and beneath both, the name that was never entirely forgotten.